Octopath Traveler 2, where we are exploring the Felsun Ruins, which is the second of the 4 places that we need to go for the finding to light the flames again. But we have a lot to read. I also don't know if this is going to be the last story. Depending on how much time things take.
Life is too precious.
Could very well be the last thing, depending on how far we have to go. But I guess we'll see.
Axe attack. Has to be done.
I'm just gonna... Yeehaw!
Whatever I set my mind to. Bye-bye! My turn.
Prepare. Next.
There's no need for flattery. It'll rust my sword.
We have to do this, and then we have to go to 2 other places and do whatever's there, and then we have to figure out what we're doing after that. But yeah, this should be. It could be the last stream that I do for this. If we finish the story. Once again, I am swapping between everyone to make sure that the levels stay every fight, just to be sure. But at least this way we're actually going through. Journal Fragment 4. This is bad. Hikari was captured before I had the chance to deliver my brother's letter to Raimain. If Hikari is killed, it'll ruin everything and we'll have to start over from scratch. Clanmate calls the fortress of Stormhail its home, coldest place in Solistia, and I hate it. Time is of the essence, yet this frigid blizzard is battering me about like a leaf in the wind. If only I could take 2 steps without being blown 3 back. By the time I finally reached Stormhail, Hikari had already been released. I can only assume he managed to sway Raimain on his own. Handed my overdue missive to one of Raimain's retainers, and quickly put that chilly place behind me. Right, Journal Fragment 5. Osvald is sentenced to life imprisonment. It took me a moment to process the judge's verdict. I blinked, doubting my ears. What's going on here? He was supposed to be executed, wasn't he? Ran as fast as I could to find Harvey. Should have known that swine had stuffed leaves into the judge's pocket to bribe him into that decision. Why? I want him to see the power of my perfected magic. That's his reason, the blighted fool. Pride, worthless pride. We need the Book of Demons complete. What if Oswald somehow finds a way to interfere? I gave my report to my brother. He simply said, just watch the spectacle unfold. Apparently my brother had already taken Harvey's massive ego into account, and he made his contract with the man. If that's the case, and I suppose this isn't a problem after all. Regardless, I should hurry and gather what information I can about Frigit Isle. There's Frigid and Frigid, which I think is the name of like a thing, and then there's Frigid, which I think means old. I don't know which ones are in order. We're probably going to be out of order here, but Journal Fragment 7. Harvey is left for Dusk Ruined Shrine. The remains of Archmage Dekest will provide the final piece that Harvey needs. The Book of Demons will soon be complete. Found a nice cozy place to conceal myself, and sure enough, Oswald showed up. Just as predicted, the two fought it out, and I was able to retrieve the Book of Demons in the wake of their battle. There was one surprise, however. Harvey escaped alive. What was that bright flash of magic? A glimpse of a force that may dwarf even that of the Book of Demons. That girl, does she have some special power with her? I think we're supposed to do these in like order. This is 6. Like I said, the first one we see is the first one we need to grab. Considered myself among the chattering students and slipped into Harvey's lecture. Book of Demons is nearly complete, so he was in a jovial mood. When I saw my chance, I gave Harvey the news. Oswald had tried to escape Frigit Isle and died in the attempt. Thought the news would throw his high spirits off a cliff, but instead he just started giggling. Creepy. When he finally settled down, he merely said, "Need to prepare for my guest's arrival." Vanished back into his laboratory. I mean, cheerfully all the while. It's like he thinks Oswald is alive. Is Oswald alive? Can't be, and yet, if so, then he will come here to find Harvey and seek his vengeance. Wait, this could be perfect. I doubt Harvey will honor our agreement and hand over the Book of Demons without a fuss. If I could set those two against each other, it might create the perfect opportunity to slip in and swipe the book. Wonder if my brother had predicted this too. This is interesting to find out we already know who one character is. It sounds like Kazan's brother is this person. And they're playing like everyone against each other. I do like that they're doing something like
Blaze
this.
on.
Let's Come on then.
What?
Eat this.
Oh dear. Blaze on. That's how it's done.
Calculations complete. I've seen worse methods.
Also getting decent levels here as well, so I'm gonna swap each time. But wish there was an easier way to do this. Okay, General Fragment 8. Osvald entrusted the girl Elena to his assistant before setting off on a journey. Like Alpertes, the blood of the Lamina family runs in Elena's veins, and to continue monitoring her to watch for suspicious signs. Day after day, Elena sits at her desk and pours herself into her studies. Diligent girl, I suppose, but I am curious as to why her brow sometimes wrinkles and she cradles her head in her hands. Still, her eyes are bright, and her gaze seemingly set on some happy goal far off in the distance. Much difference from when I saw her in Harvey's company. There was only worry and fear in her eyes. My heart nearly leapt out of my throat when I heard that assistant's voice suddenly ring out behind me. "May I help you, miss?" I immediately turned and tried to distract and disassemble with my tried and true cover story. "Can I interest you in a newspaper subscription?" She smiled then, eyes warm, but I sensed a keen suspicion burning deep within those friendly eyes. Don't underestimate her again. No one else has ever noticed me when I didn't want to be found. Need to abandon my surveillance, too risky. Besides, I've seen nothing suspect in all the time I've watched Elena. Might as well move on to more important matters. So, this is a female scrivener who sounds like it's the brother of Kazan. But that means it's the character I think it is. Okay, Journal Fragment 9. Well, here I am in Canalbrine. Word is that I can find someone who has the lost pages of the Book of Knights, original manuscript. Caldena, captain of the Sacred Guard, seems to be moving as Arcanet predicted, and assembling these pages. We haven't heard the name Arcanet yet. That's a new name. There's a potential problem, however. A nosy inquisitor named Temenos seems to have caught wind of all this. Arcanet has her eye on him, but I can only pray he doesn't make any problems for us. I need to be careful not to draw his attention too. The Book of Night is close to being fully restored. Once it is, I'll need to move quickly to retrieve it and fulfill my mission. Aligning myself with Arcanet was merely the easiest means to that end. My brother did tell me to be wary of her, however. He was quite forceful about it. I wonder why. See, this is like something that I like how they've done with the storytelling. So we completed everybody's chapter 4s thinking everything was okay, and then now doing this story, it's like there was stuff behind the scenes that was things. So on a second playthrough, if I ever did something, I don't think I'd ever do something like that, but on a second playthrough, that would be really interesting to cover, because it's like, is there like clues and hints that are shown through dialogue or actions that people take that you would notice the twist. General Fragment 10. Caldena, captain of the Sacred Guard, is driven by a lust for vengeance. To achieve that end, she seeks to make the power of Shadow her own. With the restored Book of Night in hand, she sets out for the Twilight Shrine. Her naive dream of avenging her people will never become a reality. Why, you ask, dear diary? Because the right Arcanet taught her is purposely flawed. So there I was, hiding in the shadows of the Twilight Shrine, and waiting for the perfect opportunity. Lo and behold, Caldena's right went awry, and she transformed into a most hideous form. No one told me I'd have to deal with some horrible monster. This is above my pay grade. Luckily, I had no need to fear. That Temino showed up and handled the Caldana problem for me. I suppose Arcanet was behind his well-timed arrival. What a puppet master, bravo. Finally understand why my brother warned me to keep an eye on her. I slipped down to the ritual site after Temnos made his exit and retrieved the Book of Night. All that's left is to combine it with the Book of Demons, and we'll be able to complete the Dark Blood Grimoire. Okay, so Kazan has the Dark Blood Blade that he gained access to via killing the General. And now we've got another character looking for these books as well. I'm curious to see who this is, because I have a couple of theories. Is it the female Scrivener that was in Partitio's story? Is it the knight that was thing? I don't know. Journal fragment 11. Here I am, Grand Old Timberrain, just in time for the coronation ceremony. Word on the street is that an apothecary named Trousseau is going rain on the parade with a storm infused with shadow energy. Oh, okay. Word on the street is that Its goal, and I quote, is to extend a hand to save all in need. What a nice notion. Let's rewind the clock. 1 year ago that Trousseau lost hope in the future, started down this path. He was out gathering medicinal herbs when he stumbled into Lost Seed. There he met Claude, who gave him the Book of Night. Claude was disappointed with the encounter, it seems. He had swayed Trousseau to his side, couldn't persuade an apothecary in the man's company. Regretful sigh, he told me that this other apothecary's eyes were filled with a motherly strength, deep wells of kindness that belied a sense of fierce determination. Okay, so that means that during previous encounter, Trousseau encountered Claude, who was the endgame boss for Throne Aim, and Claude gave so everyone's stories are tied together. I love how this is playing out. Like, everybody's stories are tied together in some sort of realm of reason. And also it's explaining that, like, Trousseau. So I'm still wondering who this next person is. What was her name again? Oh yes, Casti. She stopped Trousseau, saw the people of Timberrain to safety, and even dealt with the poison rain. As if that wasn't enough, she also managed to mix up medicine that could combat the shadow on the spot. Claude's intuition was right. Casti is someone to keep an eye on. My brother will need to know that we have another dangerous potential wrench in our plans. Yeah, this is a really good. I really like this. I don't know which one's first, so we'll just grab the one over on the left. Journal fragment 13. That's 12. I think it was 12. And a merchant today in Clockbank, an honest fellow with laughing eyes named Partitio, who's boasted that he'll rustle up 80 billion leaves and buy the rights to the steam engine from its current owner, Mr. Rock. Then he'll give the technology away to everyone. When pressed on why, he said things like this should be shared with the whole world. Okay, so that means that, okay, this is who the person is. So, based on this thing right here, the person that's the brother of, or the sister of, sister of Kazan, I think it's sister. The little sister of Kazan is the Scrivener from Partitio's story. If I can borrow that ruthless rock's words, it is human nature to take from others and give unto oneself. Despite his noble declarations, I'm sure Partitio will prove himself no different from the other slime. Greed and self-interest will win out in the end. They always do. Still, I'm vaguely curious as to how his story will play out. I'll follow this Partitio, though I'll keep my expectations low. Placing your faith in others only gets you betrayed in the end. Okay, General Fragment 14. I feel like I've missed one, actually. My brother made a deal with Harvey, craft the Book of Demons, an evil tome said to be imbued with the magic of Darkest himself. Why, you ask? Well, dear Dory, because we need to restore the lost Darkblade Grimoire. The rub here is that neither my brilliant brother nor even Claude knows how to make this tome, thus the need for Harvey. One thing my brother does know is that the remains of Darkest are a key component. When I shared that vital tidbit, Harvey smiled. That's all I needed. It sounds like he was already most of the way there. He's a valuable asset, so we'll do everything we can to assist him. Harvey has an unhealthy obsession with a scholar named Osvald. Now let's call it what it is. Severe inferiority complex. Harvey told me he'd gladly give up the Dawn if it meant he could best the man. We let Harvey read the Book of Night in order to pull him into our intrigues, but honestly I think it wasn't necessary. That bottomless well of envy in his gut, properly manipulated, would likely have been motivation enough. Besides, I don't trust him. No normal person can fathom that twisted mind of his. Are these getting added to the journal, or anything? Maybe not yet. Usually this stuff gets added to the journal. Stuff gets added to the journal if we have cutscenes. That's one thing I've just noticed as well. I wanted to check my inventory because I think I'm missing one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. No, I'm missing 13. Yes, this is 13. I'm missing 13.
Life is too precious to risk. Now then. Shine bright.
Prepare you. There's no need for
missing one of these pages.
It'll rust my sword.
Missing one of these pages. I don't know where it is. It might be down or up. I'm not really sure, but I guess we'll figure it out. Might be this one right here. I need to change the. This one should be 13. It's 14. Okay. Partitio has gone and done it. He has gone and done it. Tumbled rock and actually wrested the rights to the steam engine from that greedy tycoon. Still, that's nothing compared to what he did next. Actually gave it away, just as he said he would. Things like this should be shared with the whole world. He's lived up to that grandiose statement, and then some. The heat of his passion even melted Rock's icy heart. Didn't think that the desert sun was hot enough to do that. Taking a step back, what Partitio did is impossible, unimaginable, inconceivable. I've observed countless people in my time, and to date, every one of them is motivated to varying degrees by self-interest. People are always willing to step on others to achieve their own interest, but Partitio, is he truly different? Is he someone who can at least transform this dark, ugly world into something wonderful? What do you think, brother? I don't think I missed one. Maybe 13's missing for a reason. Maybe 13's missing for a reason. This one jumped to 16. General Fragment 16. Welcome to my humble castle. That was how he greeted me when I arrived in Lost Seed before he took me on a casual stroll through that rotting mausoleum of a town. Triggered him to gag on the stench of death and decay, all the while him smiling and breathing, deep as if taking in the airs of a tranquil mountain meadow. This ghastly man's name is Claude, and he is the descendant of the infamous Archmage Takest. So this notorious grandfather gave him a taste of the blood of the malevolent god of darkness, Vide, frighteningly enough while he was still in the womb. As a result, the man is blessed with eternal youth. That explains why he didn't look as old as what I was expecting. With the blood of Takest and Vide within his veins, Claude's fate was to become the Dark God's vessel, and yet he rejected this destiny and instead chose to pass that honor on to his offspring. For our part, we don't care who the vessel is, just that we have one. Claude, however, seems to have preferences in the matter. Preferences? The man sired countless children with countless women and set his progeny at each other's throats. To the bloody victor goes the ultimate spoils. Shivered as he looked me up and down, his eyes seeming to pierce my very soul. It was as if he was seeking to plant a murderous seed inside me too. When he handed me the dark-blooded staff, he told me that the woman who stole it for him has a lot of potential. His words, my purpose in Lost Seed fulfilled, I hurried out of there. I can't wait to hand the staff over to Arcanet and let her handle the cathedral's sacred flame. Okay, so Arcanet is going to use the Dark Blood Staff to... So I guess the idea is to put out a Sacred Flame, you need to kill someone with a Dark Blood weapon. Which explains what happened with Argehar and Kazan. So I guess in this case, Arcanet is going to kill someone in Flame Church to put out that Sacred Flame. And the other person is going to... Sounds like the other person is going to... whoever is here, which it sounds like it's based on this, it sounds like the idea with Claude having multiple children was to essentially find the ultimate one to infuse the Dark Blood stuff into. So someone's going to kill someone here. I'm guessing that it's the Scrivener from Partitio's story is going to kill someone, and that person is also the... And this here also suggests that it's female, so I think the Scrivener that Partitio was thinking was female. So they're going to kill someone here, by the sounds of it. Okay, journal fragment 17. Dear Diary, today I met with Petrichor, a woman known as the Dark Hunter. I introduced her to Professor Harvey several years ago at Arcanet's request. She was talkative today and had this to say. Okay, so we've always heard the person named the Dark Hunter and that they came to certain areas, but this is the first time we've actually been given a name. And also, the first time that we are hearing more about her, I guess. I met Arcanet when I was young, and it was then that I swore myself to her service. Ever since I have hunted for her and her alone, even slain the legendary monster known as the Guardian of the First Flame at her behest. Sometimes I hunted people too, like the time I came to possess the Dark Blood Bow. Okay, so the Dark Blood Bow was explained in Oshet's story, where we were able to save certain characters. Not save certain Dark Blood Bow killed Cataractor, I believe. Once again, my lady has use of me, and so I shall gladly obey. I nodded along, and when she was finished, she showed me a monster. This beast, which she had captured on Tropu'hopu, looked out at me with eyes filling with loathing for all that walked on this earth. I asked her what it was, and she told me the result of years of brutal conditioning and a healthy dose of Harvey's science for good measure. The result, an abomination crafted through repeated and horrifying experiments. I nodded again. Soul this steeped in despair would surely prove to be a great source of power. Seems that leaving the flame of Tropu'hopu in her care should prove no issue. Okay, so that means that the flame of Tropu'hopu has been put out by this person. By another person that we know. And journal fragment 13. Can't believe it. How did Partitio turn that economic desert of a town into a hopping commercial hub? A business idea of his was inspired. I must admit that watching Elrond's department store come to life woke something warm inside me. Tell Partitio that the world's filled with people groaning under the weight of 1,000 problems. It's fresh ideas like this that bring a ray of joy into troubled lives. Once I really, truly meant what I said. Never have poured my heart out in public like that. I suppose my declaration was proof that he's cracked my emotional defenses and convinced me to believe in him. In my defense, he's really something else. Before I knew it, I was promising to help. Truth is, I'm excited to see what magic he'll pull out of his Partitio hat next. Guess what, dear diary? This is the first time I've ever helped someone for something that wasn't directly related to my mission. Let me stop for a moment and also appreciate the fact that he convinced the Elrond to invest 80 billion leaves in him. 80 billion. The question is, will Partitio prove to be a man of integrity? Will he really use those leaves to help the world and not just to line his own pockets? Just a little bit longer, only a bit mind. I find myself needing to see what he does next. Okay, so it's showing up one person. We need Partitio, I think, in our party. Because Osvald, usually it's related to... Like, this is shining, so I don't know what... I need to change it. Okay, so we need to have Partitio. I think the way it works is we need to have the two characters that are related to these stories in here. So we have Osvald in our party, but we need to have Partitio in. Mirror reflects the memories of the Sacred Flame. Okay, let's find out what happened here. Who... Yep, that's the Scrivener. That is the Scrivener.
What have we got here?
Okay, so Ori is the sister of... Ori is the sister of Kazan, I believe.
A sacred flame? Here of all places?
Alright, this is definitely a revelation.
Have I stumbled upon a scoop once again? Why, I believe I have.
Okay, so who's Ori going to kill?
I'm glad that's done. There's no need to keep up this cloying facade. To wear the mask of a chipper and flappable Scrivener.
Okay, so we're gonna find out who all these... There's gonna be several characters that have befriended across the way that have been involved the whole time.
No. Now I bring an end to this dark, wretched world.
So we know Kazan and Ori are related.
To liberate its people from their pain, their suffering, and their hatred. Just like I swore to you, brother. Together, we will usher in the night. I kept a close eye on the travelers, all while my allies and I worked behind the scenes. Until at last, I found the book I sought. The Dark Blood Grimoire. With it, I will smother the sacred flames, that they will never again light the way for the dawn. I offer this gift of blood. May the flames turn cold and dark.
Oh. Okay. I thought he was going to kill someone. No, he kills himself. Sorry, it's a she. She kills herself. Because Kazan sacrificed General Argehar, which explains why we haven't seen Argehar. It also explains why we haven't seen... I didn't look for Kazan in the thing. And it also explains why we haven't found Ori anywhere, unless there's somewhere else, but... this now at least explains that.
Mortals. Gods.
This is kind
Who
of...
was it that drew the line between
This is kind of dark, though.
the blessed, the accursed, us, them. Partitio. Would that we had never met. I'm sorry.
Someone's gonna has to retrieve the weapon here. But it sounds like the rule is that, put the flame out, you need to, kill, you need to sacrifice someone to the... Sacrifice/kill someone with a dark blood weapon. And then we're putting them back together because we have the shiny mirror and we're bringing the travelers that relate to the thing. Got travel banter as well. Memories of the Flame of Vow I regret. The mirror reflects the memories of the Sacred Flame. Ori sacrifices herself to extinguish the flame, ruling her meeting with a certain ruining her meeting with a certain merchant. Okay, so Orboro is the name of Kazan now. So I should to separate the two characters, I should just call them Orboro instead of Kazan. But yeah, so Orboro sacrifices Argate hard to get the flame out. And Orbero's younger sister is Ori, who sacrifices herself to extinguish the flame. And we know that there's the Dark Hunter. I guess we're going to find out who the Dark Hunter is, because when we get there, I think it's explained that the Dark Hunter is the one that did Ori's fate. From a apothecary in town. Woman was found collapsed near the sacred flame and brought there for treatment. She had brown hair and wore a cap, much like a scrivener. After she regained consciousness, she simply vanished. That's Ori, it's gotta be. If that's true, then what saved her? Here's her wounds fell just short of being fatal. She must have changed her mind just in the nick of time. She saw the worth in walking toward the dawn. Well, I can hazard a guess as to why she hesitated. I believe it was thoughts of you that saved her life. Now don't be ridiculous, like I'd have anything to do with that. Well, no matter, as long as she's alive, all's well. But just where did she wander off to? I'm lucky that you're around to cheer me up. Our journey isn't over, we do well not to waste time in idle conversation. If you must talk, then perhaps a different topic of conversation would suffice. Osvald, thank you kindly. Alright, let's go and we've lit 2 more flames. So now the next one we'll go to is we have to go to the boat. It's going to be interesting to see what the boat is like when we get to the thing, if it's normal things or not. Now we need to go and click that.
Out of my way.
Still not sure why they decided to have no music, but sure, some explanation.
Come on then.
Wouldn't have been my choice to have no music. Like, or if you were gonna have have music on it, just have the music that plays when you encounter an area that's got the thing. Not sure why they decided to do that.
Stand aside or fight.
Because we have everything complete.
What to
Because we have everything completed for the
Axe.
side quest and all that stuff, like we don't have to worry about interacting with anyone else.
I know no cure.
Apart from the ones that have to do with the story. We're gonna make our way to, I think it was the Tomb of the Warden Beast is where we have to go. The area that we were in when we first...
Hunt or be hunted!
The area that we were in when we first,
Here we
did
go!
our stuff.
Come on then!
Howdy there, friend.
Well now. Axe attack! I know no cure for evil.
The only thing I can think of with no music is because it's like, oh, the idea is like it's supposed to be the end thing, but then you could still have the music play like the darkness music or something like that. That would still work.
Time to clean up the filth.
Blaze on, sacred flame. That's how it's done. May the sacred flame guide you, or something like that.
At least if you were gonna go with having no music, you could have at least like had some of the like in the towns. You can still talk to people in the towns and stuff. So that's really okay. That's a really good staff actually. The negative 210 pack. That would be like a really good staff to be a really good staff for Ari, I guess. So we're gonna go to we're gonna go to we gotta get to the water. The harbor, I should say.
Life is too precious to risk. Now that there!
I'm just getting... Take this! How's that?
My... Forgive me.
I suggest you get out of my way.
Right. Come on, then.
To work. Now die! Goodness, what a tantrum that was.
I should keep an eye on Agnia's. There was something I was missing. I need to make sure that with Agnia yeah, I need to change something with Agnia. Because she's cleric. I want to buy this because we missed. It was definitely something that I needed to have. Everyone who's using their thing should have the I didn't need to buy BP boost because it was not important, but Alfred's Blessing was actually important for the thing. I didn't have it on the fight, so I actually could have made things. We would have done having Alfred's Blessing on that first stage would have meant that I would have had Hikari doing 2 axe moves, so the fight would have gone by a lot faster. And I probably wouldn't have died with Partitio, but I just forgot to put this on. wasn't paying attention. Everyone should have the access to the... South again, and then we go to
Howdy there, friend.
other one's in Flame Church, which seems like we should that one feels like we should leave it to last, only because I'm only thinking about leaving that one to last because of
Axe attack.
leave that one until last because of the...
Here I go. It's my turn. I don't want to miss this. I wasn't expecting that.
Leave that one till last because it's actually in a town. The other ones are in ruin areas. Well, that one feels like it's going to be the most important. Yeah, in this area, like, there's no, there are NPCs you can still interact with, it's just that, a lot of the, like, all of the side stories, you can't switch between the two day and night cycle. So it's just better, I just figured, let's just get the other thing out of the way.
Oh,
And it's not like I got massively leveled. I didn't get massively leveled beating.
That's how it's done.
You didn't get massively leveled
May
by
the
beating
sacred
Boulder, we
flame
got like
guide
a
you, or
full level.
something like that.
And a bit, maybe closer to levels, but it wasn't like I was expecting to be pushed, like, thing, but I guess they were probably expecting you to be at a higher level anyway. We did it at around this area. I saw another guide that said, like, oh, you should be in, like, 80s to 90s, and it's like, you can actually do it without being in that, because the amount of damage is pretty manageable.
Axe attack. Has to be done. My turn. I know no cure for evil.
Surprised there hasn't been anything blocking our way. That also could be because we beaten the stuff before getting to, because I've explored all of the areas as far as I know. Like, Felsun Ruins we explored already. Tranquil, we had to explore both of them as for.
Here we go.
We had to explore both of them for the. Warden Beast was story, Flame Church was obviously story. Felsun Ruins was story, Tranquil Grotto was cross path, I believe. Just a cross path.
I'll do what I must.
Here goes.
What? Axe attack. Has to be done. Forgive me.
thought about going and swapping everything back, but then the issue is that swapping everything back and forth, but I don't want to take way too long. And this is still like the optimal build to have. It was the optimal build to tackle Goldor, so we should be able to deal with everything else. Go to here now. Much like south,
Let's play.
I thought there was music about to play then.
Let's go. Come on then.
To what? There. How's that for you?
My turn. Eat this! And so it goes.
So pretty much head towards a bit like south of the this island.
May I have this dance?
Definitely feel like they should have made some music. Well, they already did make some music for this. They definitely should have made some.
Axe attack.
Definitely needed to do something.
Well now.
They were just gonna have it be silent the whole time. Just
All in a day's work.
make something that's like not as light, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Could have done something. The whole game is like this. Like we've been doing this for a little while now. I think we need to head to here. I'm noticing that these areas are now. Well, these areas are level 50 something because of the thing, but I think it's this area that we have to go to. Gotta get to the beasting village.
Life is too precious to risk. What to do? Axe attack! It has to be done. Forgive me.
Hunt is on. Here we go. Come on then.
Like for as good as the music is in this game, like just this area, it's like could have done something.
It's over. There's no need for flattery. It'll rust my sword.
Even if it was like just a background track kind of thing, like it didn't have to be. You could remove the battle music, that was fine. Or just. That's the whole idea. Is we're supposed to bring like the. That's the whole idea. Is we're supposed to be bringing music back into the world or something like this, but I don't think that's the plan. I don't think that's what their intention was here.
Let the experiment begin.
Here we go. Come on, then. Now let's grab some food.
I think in this one we're gonna find out who the Dark Hunter is and who they ended up. Well, I think the thing that they ended up killing to get it might have been maybe what they killed was the beast. The only thing that I can think of. Also, we haven't seen. That's another thing. Maybe they killed. Maybe they killed, what's his name, because I haven't seen him. I don't think he's... Actually, is he still around? I think he's still around. So we haven't seen him in a while, Lion, but...
I have a request.
A beastling H-23, a beastling who was seriously injured in an unprovoked attack by humans, and has been extremely wary of them ever since. Her eyes gleam with a dark, keen light.
Interesting.
You always have initiative. Okay, we're on the right track. So we have to go to, I think, the Tomb of the Warden Beasts. That would be where the flame is. I don't think we've been back here since...
I'll do what I must.
We haven't been back this way since the first chapter. In that F layer, I should say.
Axe attack.
It's my do whatever I set my mind to. The winds of favor blow. I did it!
Bring it on.
Here I go.
Now, it's over. There's no need for flattery. It'll rust my sword.
For some reason, when I heard that line originally, I thought he was saying it would rust his soul, not his sword, but that was because the music was playing. Now that there's no music,
Ready to be prey?
I can actually hear the voice lines a little bit, but
Come on then.
Blaze on, O sacred flame.
look at the amount of damage they're doing, like...
Thinking. Calculation complete.
Really, really bad damage.
Strike them down. You're finished.
This is the current, like, level that we have to fight the bosses
Study
for, we're
hard.
gonna be way too strong. This is why I didn't want to do level grinding, because if we did level grinding here, to get to the point where we would think, we would have got to this point and everything would have been doing, like, 1 damage. So the only way we're really gonna lose here is if they do gimmicks. Like, if the final boss has, like, petrification. Because that was one thing that I was expecting as well. Usually when it comes to the super boss, they usually can do everything that every other boss can do. essentially they can do
You
everything
are
that
a
all
poison
bosses
that
can
must
do.
be purged.
So maybe if you drag the fight out long enough.
Axe attack. Has to be done.
Maybe if you drag the fight out long enough.
Bring it up.
That wasn't necessarily something that happened.
Yeehaw!
One of the things. Whirlwind blow.
What to do? What? My journey will not end here.
Good thing is that we're getting decent level ups. This actually has a marker on it this time. Usually all the other times there's no marker on the map. Like, I remember mentioning you have to find your own way to get to stuff.
Blaze on, flame.
Let's go on then.
What? Eat this! And so it goes.
Each fight in here, we get like about 300 experience. Might not seem like much, but it adds up. So this should probably be a Castiano shed, I guess.
May I
I'm
have
guessing
a
this will be
sip?
Castiano shed that we have to have. Then that means the other one will be.
Here goes.
Who have we got left? Right. Hikari, Agnia, Casti, and Partitio, Osvald. Rene and Temenos' one is going to be in. Rene and Temenos' one is going to be in.
Well,
Flame Show.
attack.
Which I guess makes sense.
Alright. Well, what is this? The winds of favor blow.
Prepare. How's this? For the pride of Ku.
I'm guessing this should be Oatshed. Sense of danger is over. Well, may you sure you wish to proceed? Yes. Maybe we're actually dealing with a boss this time.
Battle of wits.
What is it this fight against? Are you weak to arrows? That's all I really need to know.
Where was I?
I go. Weak to arrows, okay? Grotesque monster.
Now die!
But look at the damage.
Go on then. Time to finish this.
Very well. Holy light, illuminate the darkness.
Here we go. Go on then.
What to do? As swift as a snake. Heavy-footed, aren't you?
Cleaning time.
This thing does have a lot of health. Let's do
Heavy-footed, aren't you?
40,000 and it's not even halfway yet.
Calculate. Let me show you what I've learned. This is the answer.
Alright, how these are. About 1,000 or so damage. That's
Ready?
twisted spawn. At the halfway.
Thinking time. Calculations complete.
Where were we? Blaze on, this sacred flame.
Let's go, huh? Come on then.
To work.
All we need to do is break it.
Holy light. Illuminate the darkness.
Ready?
The dagger.
You're too kind.
So it's probably a long.
No. Roar, thunder.
Once we hit one.
Come on then.
To work. I'll take this.
What to do?
Right.
Easy.
Here we go. Come on then. Let's finish this. All right.
No. This is the answer.
I was expecting a little bit more.
Really?
Okay.
Ugh. Here you go.
Cleaning time.
As swift as a
Okay, let's see
snake.
if it's weak to pole.
Ready?
Are weak to pole? Okay, let's just go for damage.
You're too kind.
Calculations complete.
Ugh. Repent.
See how much this feels.
Be healed.
Even max level.
Cleaning time.
I was expecting to heal for one more.
Right.
sticky.
Thinking time. Rise, fierce blizzard. Very effective.
Wake the blizzard. All what I need.
Very well.
Very neat.
Illuminate the dark.
Cleaning time. You're too kind.
I need a push. Let me show you what I've learned. Rise, fierce blizzard.
Right. Come on then. Time to finish this.
We could have saved the food. This is
Let's
fine.
go.
Shouldn't matter.
Come on then.
Ready?
Heavy-footed, aren't you?
All tidied up.
Black bow. Let's have a look and see what that does. Some chance to instant kill, okay? And ups crit by a lot. How is everyone going for level? They should be around the same. 11,000. It's still around the same. Okay, so we'll. Yep, it's fine. Even doing that boss fight didn't level up a whole lot. Alright, I guess we need Oshette and Casti. Have Casti in. Let's find out who the next person is. This should reveal who the... it should reveal who Dark Hunter was, I think. Because it's implied that they were the one that did something, so we're gonna find out. Scarlet Moon waxes, and the first flame wanes. Last, our great wish shall be fulfilled. Okay, so that's the wolf that we fought, obviously, and that thing.
This world is naught but hunters and their prey. Just as Cataracta fell to my bow, just as Glacius's egg shattered.
Okay, so this is
before
who the
my
Dark
eyes.
Hunter is. We don't know who this is yet.
The Dark Hunter sets forth once again.
Oh,
And my
Petrichor is the
aim
person
will
we...
not falter.
Petrichor is the name of the Dark Hunter, but we've never... This is the first time we've ever actually...
Under the gaze of the Scarlet Moon,
Seen.
I shall fulfill the
Seen
great
them.
wish. You must be quivering with joy, for your time has come at last. Ten years ago, I scooped you up, let you live.
Oh,
Reserved
okay.
for this moment.
Okay, so that's the point.
The darkness in our hearts is fed by anger, hatred, resentment, and jealousy. Our basest instincts. As that darkness grows deeper, so too does the shadow grow powerful. Few can stand against a beast whose heart has been drowned in darkness. A beast such as you. Long have I waited for the darkness within you to become black as night. so that maddening flame could be smothered forevermore. With my lifeblood, I shall call down the night.
Oh, okay, so maybe is she gonna let the wolf kill her so that it... That explains why we haven't seen them.
Now then.
Yeah, that explains why we haven't seen them in such a long time. Well, that explains why we haven't seen them at all.
Make of my flesh an
Okay, so
offering.
she's sacrificing herself.
And banish all that stands to oppose us. Give meaning to your miserable life. Ah, Arcanet.
Third Sacred Flame burns anew. Alright, travel banter. Let's, the first flame. So that was the first flame, huh? You heard of it before. Yeah, it came to life inside me. It was comforting and warm. It was then that I decided I wanted to protect the island. Always felt you had a heart warmer than most. Now, I think I'm ready to take on something even bigger. Ready to protect the whole world. What a hunter should do, after all. Feel the same way as you do. To extend a helping hand to everyone in need during this endless night. An apothecary everyone can count on. Then let's do it together, let's keep everyone safe. Gladly, Oshet, I'm honored to have you by my side. Memories of the Flame Hunter's ambition. The mirror reflects the memories of the Sacred Flame. The Dark Hunter Petrichor sacrifices her flesh to a monster to extinguish the flame on the night of the Scarlet Moon. So, the only thing that we know now is the other Sacred Flame. The other Sacred Flame, I'm guessing Arcanet has something to do with thing. It's just which character are they going to kill, or who? What are they going to sacrifice themselves, or are they going to kill somebody else? So now we need to go to Flame Church, the Eastern Continent.
Stand aside or fight.
I wonder if these enemies are
You're right.
considering this is namely weed.
Forgive me.
This area was only a level 51 for the story, I guess. Go to the map. Okay, so it was like only level 50 something for when we were in here. The stuff still hits hard. We still get hit hard at level 50. Even though we're level 70, we're still getting hit for 2,000 damage. And we're getting hit for like 2,000 damage some moves, despite all these defenses.
Time to clean up the filth.
My prey. Come on then. Now let's grab some food.
you my next patient? Here I go. I know no cure for evil.
I think this, from what I remember, I remember looking at the Octopath Traveler Steam achievements list for the original game. I think the original game was actually... I think the original game had a much more grindier list. I think you had to uncover all of the weaknesses of everything, something like that. I mean, that's a hard thing to do because you can just do deep analysis constantly, but it's just like getting the actual certain spawns to appear and stuff. Now we only have Throne and Temenos as one, but we already know Arcanet. I guess it's just a matter of, is Arcanet a new character, or is Arcanet a character that we met along the way?
Now
let's grab
some food.
Obero was Zan. Ori was the brother of the little sister of them. And then the Dark Hunter, we found out who the Dark Hunter was, but it was a character that we hadn't seen before. It wasn't anyone that was so, just a matter of who is going to be
Let the
Arcanet.
experiment begin.
My Come on then. All right.
My life is too precious to risk.
Yeah, dude.
Here. Take this. How's that?
Might. Axe attack. My journey will not end here.
All the recommended levels are like... all this stuff is like recommended level 51, so it's like we're well and truly higher than that.
Stand aside or fight.
We'll probably have some trouble.
Here goes.
Now we need to go to East Continent and towards Flame Church. So we've got to go. Better to go.
Let the show begin.
What to do? What to do?
Yeehaw! I got. How's that?
It's my turn now. I can do whatever I set my mind to. Bye-bye!
Here goes.
Prepare.
Shinju Monjikiri!
My turn.
Yeah, done more damage. I could have done more damage actually.
I need this.
Yeehaw! Yeehaw! Let's do it! Arrow of fortune! Bring it on! Take this!
Now then.
What happens if all of them got wiped out? If I should do something.
Hold your horses! Just getting warmed up. How's that?
Now it begins. I fight for my friends. Blade of the Dancing.
Here I come. No mercy, only pain.
You're a star.
We could have gone in actually.
Time to shine. Whirlwind blow.
Here I go. I require this.
Prepare yourself. Axe of the Lion Heart.
I'm just.
Here.
Thank you, Hikari.
The thing attempts to swallow everything, so I'm actually curious.
Over yet.
Together now.
I guess I didn't. Yeah. Oh, can we not do so? Oh, that's why. Why can't I heal?
Let me help.
Thank you kindly, Agnea. Hold your horses.
Now then. Together now. Lion dance.
Hold your horses.
Prepare yourself. Axe of the Lionheart. Who's next? There's no need for flattery. It'll rust my sword.
Keep coming across that enemy. Fought that so many times. The other ones I've only fought like one time, I think. We do traverse this area quite a bit. Really like right as
Time to clean up
right
the
as we're
filth.
about to like,
Come on then.
I shall be your opponent.
Here I go. Axe attack. Forgive me.
Let the experiment begin.
Very
I don't know, it's like
blaze
not,
on.
it's not that I'm not enjoying this final thing, but I just feel like because there's no
May
background
the
music,
sacred
it
flame
makes
guide you, or
everything that we're
something
doing
like
feel
that.
like it's dragging along longer than what it should. Maybe it's just my attention span. I'm up for the other thing. But I do enjoy this game, but I can understand people's gripes here, because apparently the IGN reviewer got stuck at the final boss for like 10 hours or something like that, and they had to do the whole fight with no music, so that sounds really bad.
Axe attack. It has to be done. My journey will not end here.
Time to clean up the filth.
At least by being in the cathedral area and stuff, there's not going to be fight spawns, so you can
Very
get through it as quickly as possible.
blaze on. Flame. That's that. Fighting is not what I do.
I shall be your opponent.
Here.
I think once we light the flames... I think that once we light the flames back, that's the... music
I
also
know no
returns.
cure
That
for
would at least make some sense, where it's like, oh well... If it's an endless night, then it's like maybe relighting the flames will do something, but then again, how's that gonna work when there's still darkness in the other areas? Like, if I go onto the map, I'm pretty sure it's still showing darkness even though we've got them lit up, so... Down, then left. Down and then to... Down
Let the
and
experiment begin.
Come on then. I'm hungry. My Come on then. Now let's grab some food.
Yeah, there were some things that I didn't end up finding. I never found primeval horn elixir from... Like, I never went and grabbed all of the jobs. Wait. So we didn't really need them.
Out of my way.
That was like the only thing I don't think I did, is I went and grabbed all of the jobs.
Very. Blaze on, flame. That's that.
So I was sort of
Fighting
looking at like what's
is
required for the
not
platinum.
what
And I was
I
like,
do.
well, there's nothing else left that we really. I don't think there's. If I actually just thought about it, I don't think there's anything left that I could have gotten, because it's like I already got the trophy for getting all the jobs. I thought that there was going to be a trophy for getting the. I thought there would be a trophy for getting the other. There'd be a trophy for getting the. When they said obtain all the jobs, I thought you had to get like maybe all of them. I think that's the only thing that I didn't do. Like there's. But the warrior license would have required a full level up anyway. But I can. That would have been just a matter of going to the area and grabbing it. Dancer was the same, which we could attain both of those. Scholar, we didn't have either of the items for that. Thief, I don't know where that guy was. Apothecary, we needed yeah, what that was. Hunter we grabbed, and then yeah. So there wasn't probably a lot of stuff left.
I shall be your opponent.
Bring it on.
Well, axe attack. Forgive me.
Alright, Partitio's gonna get a level up soon, and... Alright, we're in Flame Church, but we need to get to the cathedral. Like how the music's starting in Flame Church, though, for some reason. Even though there shouldn't be any, Alright, well, maybe there is something that's happening.
It's quiet. Too quiet.
But this smell, it's the scent of humans. They're frightened, hiding.
Someone's coming.
Mint!
Is that you, Temenos? Out for a stroll in a place like this? You always did have the habit of sticking your nose in places it doesn't belong.
Oh, is Mint gonna be Arcanet?
A friend of yours, Temenos?
Because I didn't see this.
In a manner of speaking.
Yeah.
Something's
Is her
off.
hair? I think her hair is different, isn't it?
You failed to see what was in front of you. The shadow is ever by thy side.
Just what are you? This is an inquisition. Refuse to answer and...
Attempting to conquer others with threats of violence will always fail. Those who are subdued by strength cannot help but rebel. To conquer them, truly conquer them, you must subjugate their hearts and minds. Hearken to the shadows in their hearts.
What are you talking about?
People are desperate for a place to belong. Give it to them, and they cannot bear to live anywhere else. And then, their hearts and minds are yours.
Their hearts and minds?
Humans are foolish by their very nature. Centuries pass, and yet they remain the same.
Bold words for someone so young.
Surrender yourself not unto silent dusk, for the light shall fade, and soon night shall fall.
The teachings of the Moonshade Order. No, it can't be.
Since you are so dogged in your search for the truth, allow me to help you. My true name is Arcanet.
Alright, there it is. So that means Arcanet sacrificed someone to put the flame out, but who she did the two, don't know.
And I am the leader of the Moonshade Order. The same order that slaughtered the Call.
I had a feeling we were coming back to the Moonshade Order because, mentioned several times and Temenos was like wanting to investigate that further.
That's impossible. The massacre of the Call was decades ago, and the Moonshade Order's origins are older still.
It's not impossible. There are old souls out there that hide behind youthful faces.
Yeah, we realized that from,
Thanks
Or-
to Caldina's efforts, the Book of
this is
Night
where everyone's
is
story
now
ties into
in my
everything.
possession. That girl was so eager to be a puppet.
She didn't realize the strings were held by her sworn enemy.
The Pontiff knew who you were. He was going to tell me, but his life was cut short.
I had hoped you would be more stricken. How dull. Such has ever been your nature. Your face always...
Now that I picked here to be the last place, this actually makes a whole lot more sense to have this be here. That way we've uncovered everything, the last thing reveals everything. I actually think this is better, that we left this to last.
This world's end draws nigh.
Yes, we get music back in as well.
Once, long ago, night was invited into the world. But a loathsome few drove it away. Those events will not repeat themselves again.
You stole the futures of untold innocence.
Did I? Then you should thank me. This world is cruel, monstrous. With not a single mote of joy to be found amongst the misery. Don't you see? Roy, Pontiff Jorg. Yes, and even Craig. They knew the beauty of a dawn that would never come.
Quiet. I won't allow you to sully their names with such blasphemy. You will answer for your sins, Arcanet. And I'll ensure the world they hoped for comes to pass.
At last, Temenos' mask falls off.
Ready when you are.
Alright, straight into the boss fight. Let's, see what we're in for. Alright, weak to lightning.
To work.
You're not weak to... Let's see if you like being stabbed by...
Come, little lamb.
Let's go. Go on then.
Not weak to arrows. Should have probably done Lake Hole Trap.
Where was
Maybe it does matter because of... Oh, no, Hurtshot would have still gone first.
This ends now, Mint.
And Servant of the Night. Okay.
Blaze on, flame.
What to do?
Another one with the sword? You need to probably staff and all the elements, I guess. There's a... Unless it changes based on Oh, we need
Use this.
Thanks.
Oh dear. Blaze on, O sacred flame.
Thinking time.
the reason I'm doing this is to extend
Calculations
the
complete.
magic correction turn, so alright, here about the dagger.
Pierce. Sigh.
Spear and then probably all the elements. Well, I guess if I want to change just with the elements, I could,
Come
I
on
want to
then.
change Sinister's with the elements, I could just use the elements. Her turns are going last regardless, she's only getting the one turn.
Come on then.
Let's just build up the damage.
Roar thunder.
Very well. Be here. I owe you.
Give up.
Not doing up as much damage as before.
Where was I?
We can break her on this turn.
My prey awaits. Come on then.
My turn. As swift as a snake. Hang in there.
That's a hope.
Meantime. Heavy-footed, aren't you?
Now then.
Let's see how much damage this does.
Roar thunder.
Probably go fire.
To work.
I don't think there's any need to heal.
Holy light. Illuminate the dark.
Thinking. Calculations complete. Roar thunder.
My turn. Heavy-footed, aren't you?
My prey awaits.
Oh, wait. Let's see if she is weak to fire. Not weak to fire or star, so she's weak to some other physical weapon.
Let's
So
go.
she only gets like one turn.
Things are about to get sticky.
Cleaning time. Pierce.
Very well.
Now then. Calculations complete.
What to do?
Eat this!
Very How's that for you?
This one's for me.
Right. Go on then.
I threw a weapon. But also give her reduced attack.
Give her.
No damage.
Oh dear. There.
My turn. Pierce.
Not sure why she's missing so much of this speed.
My prey away. Go on then. Let's just fix this.
We'll do lightning blast and then I'll save the one tree magic boosted the next.
I need a calculations complete.
This will do. Should do 9999.
This is the answer.
It's not quite that. I guess it's because of boosted magic mag.
Cleaning time.
It's not red, so this should be like 20,000.
Footed, aren't you?
Let's go.
I don't think I have any more. I have wind running. I can make
Come on then.
Oh dear. Holy light. Illuminate the dark.
I'm hoping to save the poison.
Here we go. Go on then.
Might take normal use like
I'm not well.
Ready?
There.
Where was I? There.
What to do?
Eat this!
I don't know why she keeps missing.
Very. Now die.
She missed because she wanted Temenos to
Goodness.
do the final blow. That's
what
why.
it was.
Right, so that should be like 2 fights for. Oh, actually, no, we did the other fight for the other.
And so we arrive at this moment. Are you truly so desperate to see the dawn? I see now that the Pontiff was not the true threat. It was you. Temenos. You
A dagger sharpened to a razor's edge. Claude's masterwork. I can see it. A collar around that thin neck of yours.
A collar?
You will never be free. Even if I fall here, nothing will end. And there, always near. Soon, night shall fall.
Farewell, Mint. Your days of meddling are over.
Soon night shall fall. From the looks of it, it already has.
If this isn't night, then...
Alright, well I guess now we have to light the cathedral's one. Alright, Arcanet of the Moonshaped Order. In Flame Church, the travelers meet with the cleric Mint, who reveals herself to be Arcanet, leader of the Moonshaped Order. Soon night shall fall. Despite a defeat, Arcanet claims that nothing will end. The last words to the travelers are, soon night shall fall. Right, so I wonder who she sacrificed to all the, I wonder which character she sacrificed then. Okay, now the Pilgrim's Way is level 51. Like, level 1 when we first, reached here. I'll just go back to normal once night is, once we've done what we need to do. This should be Throne and Terminus. Pansy's Germ. Did you write this? Odna asked. I immediately ripped the book out of his grasp and he shrank back a little, surprised at my strength. Couldn't believe that he of all people had gotten his hands on my hidden script. Odna had been acting from a young age and was already doing quite well for himself. I too had longed for the stage since I was a child, but ended up working at my parents' candle shop instead. And so I hadn't been able to give up on writing, and it became my secret pastime. I hadn't shown my scripts to anyone, though afraid that their response would confirm just how talentless I was. Through my eyes shut in embarrassment, preparing myself for his ridicule of my silly script, but, would you mind if I performed this, he asked. I let out a strange gasp, completely caught off guard. It'd be a shame not to. Why don't we show it off at the next Festival of Grace? I was taken aback by the proposal. I was overjoyed to know that someone appreciated my writing. I nodded in agreement and decided to make it a performance to remember. Despite it being Odin's idea, I realized that I was even more excited than he was. He even began composing musical scores for the show. I love you, Mary. Those words caused my heart to race and my hands on the harp to stop. What's wrong? Odin asked as he peered into my face with concern. I realized that he no longer looked like that brat who had tormented me with insects in our youth. Still, I knew that the words he spoke were not his own. I had been the one to write them, after all. After half a month before the Festival of Grace, his performance was all but perfect. Couldn't help but wonder when he found the time to practice after his normal work was through. I, on the other hand, was struggling to think of a fitting ending to the script. Worked late into the night. Unable to ignore my struggles, Odna pulled me away from my desk and whisked me away to town late at night. The gods are all ours right now, he told me as we snuck into an empty church. Not long after, I was struck by inspiration, perhaps by the grace of the sacred flame. Odna watched quietly as word upon word flowed from the tip of my pen. By the time I was finished, dawn was breaking. As Odna read my script, his face was more serious than ever, and my heart pounded in my chest, but not out of nervousness. Once he finished, he smiled softly. "Will you marry me?" he asked, and I let out another strange gasp. Had I written that line? No. This time, those words were Odna's own. Proposals always had a way of bringing me unrivaled joy. My heart warmed at the sight of his smile and the thought of performing the script we had written together. How I wished that happiness would last us a lifetime. Alas, I watched as the clerics carried his casket and sobs filled the air around me. I laid him to rest with our script and my beloved yellow flowers. No, I had thought to myself, this wasn't the ending I had envisioned. The day after finishing the script, I woke up to find my love cold beside me. According to the apothecary, Odin's heart had failed him. I wondered if work was to blame. Why hadn't I noticed? I killed him. I pushed him too hard. All my fault. All my fault. Unable to bear the guilt, I pushed his death from my mind and carried on as usual, but whenever I remembered my beloved, I clenched my jaw so hard I thought my teeth would break. One day I found myself in front of a church, the same place Odna and I swore our love to each other. The simple cleric came to speak with me. Sadness is something that builds up inside us. Holding it all will do nothing but destroy you, she told me. Please let it out. You don't need to endure it any longer. Moved by her warmth, I spoke of everything that I had buried deep inside of me. She listened to every word and at the end embraced me gently. All of my guilt and sadness were washed away by her kindness. Then one day my feelings for Odin disappeared, and all that was left was her. One day I saw her with another woman and feared that she would leave me. Knowing I had to secure my place in her world, I told her that I would do whatever she asked of me. She smiled gently in response and said, "I want you to find the blue flames, wherever they may be in this world." I left on my journey soon thereafter. My parents cried and tried to stop me, but I pushed them away. Fortunately, I barely knew the area outside of my own home, let alone the whole world. Not long after, I met with a traveling troupe. They claimed to be bringing smiles to every corner of the realm, so I joined them and the search began. That's how I found it, the blue flame she was looking for. It was on an isle at the edge of the world. Only imagine how pleased she'd be. Sure she would let me stay at her side. Oh, how I adore Sister Mint. So, Mint manipulated one of the traveling troupe to find one of the flames. So, I wonder if that means she got sacrificed. That's who Tansy is. Tansy was one of the traveling troupe. Yeah. "I love you, Tansy," she said. Her warm voice and words reverberated in my head. She then handed me an old tome called the Book of Night and recommended that I read it. So I did right then and there. The story of a people who did not long to see the dawn. Never read such an incredible tale before. As I looked up from its pages, she smiled at me. I realized that there was no greater happiness to be had than reading a wonderful book and seeing Sister Mint's smile. In my mind, no brighter dawn awaited. Yes, I have no need for the dawn. It can all end here and now. So Tansy got manipulated by the Mint. I wonder if she was the one who got sacrificed. If that's the case. I don't think there's any other journals that are around. It doesn't look like there's anything else around here that we need to do. Guess we go into the cathedral. But now we just go do the thing right here. So we'll need Throne and Temenos. Alright, let's see what this is going to involve now. When they said Tansy, that makes me think that it's going to be that.
Ah. Wake up, Tansy. Night has come. Wake up, Tansy. Night has come. Sister Mint? Oh, I fell asleep without realizing it. Do not worry. You must have been quite tired. You traveled far to see my wish granted. Sister Mint, I mean, Goddess. I would do anything if it brought me closer to you. Your devotion is moving. You have gone far beyond my every expectation. And must be rewarded. Rewarded?
Pretty sure she's gonna die here then.
I love you, Tansy.
I don't remember which one Tansy was though.
Huh?
Yeah.
It's so dark. Where am I? What? My body? Pathetic child, oblivious until the very end. But this is what you wanted, is it not? It's not as if you desired to see the dawn. The sacred flames have been snuffed out. Surrender yourself not unto silent dusk, for the light shall fade. And soon the world shall know the joy of a dawn that never comes. All who stand in my way shall be cast aside. I shall root out the travelers and bury that wretched mirror beneath the earth.
Oh, okay, so that explains. But she knew that the mirror was going to be the key. I can't remember who gave us the mirror though. And it mentions about the travelers as well.
That it may never enkindle the flames again.
That means that the idea, like, the villains know, like, that's the only thing that can work, so maybe there are certain chosen travelers. That would explain a lot of things. Fourth sacred flame burns anew. Light of the sacred flame indicated the southwest direction. Okay, let's check to see what this means. Children awaiting the dawn. So this is the night. For this darkness she spoke of, Vide? Vide? Our legends portrayed him as a god of fear and destruction. I always thought it was a she, actually, which means that the dawn must be, because the voice sounded more feminine, actually. But I remember, anyway. Spoke with the children of this village not too long ago. Seems there's going to be a concert tomorrow. Dulcinea is coming to entertain everyone with her dancing. The children were waiting for the dawn with stars in their eyes. It's a beautiful sight, like gemstones glittering in the dark. I see nothing but hope. Indeed. That's why I made a promise to them. A promise that I would steal back the dawn. Truly our Aba come again. Is that meant to be a compliment? But of course. Now then, shall we get to work, Aba? Certainly there's a lot of work to be done, more than I've ever done before. I think that should be everything. They're pointing to something. Okay, where's it pointing to? Memories of the Flame, the Goddess. The mirror reflects the memories of the Sacred Flame. Mint sacrifices her lower follower Tansy to extinguish the flames. Okay. I don't think there was any more travel banter, actually. It was just these. Correct? Yep, those. Interesting. Wait a second. It's saying... Okay, so part 1 is all the stuff that we did. Part 1 is the stuff that we did with, thing, and then part 2 is... Okay, you've got Crestlands, Wildlands, Tropu'hopu. Okay, so they're all part 2. So I guess now we do go to part 3. Alright, where does this lead? Okay, they're all I don't remember the other flames mentioning specifically, hey, this is pointing to this direction. So this is the first, so they're all pointing to this area in the center here. Alright, I guess we're heading back to the ship then. Back to the ship and... going. Still no music though. Right, so now we make our way back to, we're making our way to that new location. When we get here, we should get the location trophy. If we do not get the location trophy, I'm going to need to check on the map to see where I might not have gone, because, I'm fairly certain we've got everything. There's a chance that we might not.
Well now. Axe attack! Has to be done. I know no cure for evil. I think we're finally going to the end game now. That means we should be able to actually finish it today, hopefully. Depending on how much cutscene and stuff. If this is the... But we've already gone into Flames back, so if we're going to be fighting the final boss here. And I think we'd be able to finish the game, which means, hopefully if we finish within a reasonable time, I can, what I want to do, because in the original game, right, is when I completed each of the characters, stories in the previous one, I went through and gave like a overview of what I thought about each of the character stories. But that was because each character had their own credit scene to be able to do stuff. So I did that thing where it's like, oh, we finished with each character. So here there hasn't been a credit scene for those because there hasn't been a credit scene yet. I'm probably going to. Once we finish the game, I'll do a big lump overview of everything that I think about the game so far, and then I'll save everything else that I need to try and remember for the review. But I just want to kind of give my general thoughts at the end of the. I want to give my general thoughts at the end of this, if we do finish it. now that I think about it, I could have probably changed the title of,
I'll do what I must.
but I wasn't sure what...
Well now.
I was thinking calling it Journey to a New Dawn, but I didn't know how long everything was going to take.
My journey will not.
Just like why I didn't put finale in the party because I didn't in the title because I didn't know how far I still had to complete the story. It's been nearly 2.5 hours, and we're only just heading to this area now. And the credit scenes can last a while, other things can last a while, but... It also means once I delete the, once we finish, I can delete the game off and update something else, hopefully.
Do be gentle.
If we don't get the trophy here, then I need to look on the map and see where I've missed something. Hopefully by exploring the prison area,
Blaze on.
I have
That's that.
everything else, because
May the sacred flame guide you.
I haven't checked
or
any new other
something
places
like
that haven't had a thing, but prison area was kind of weird. What it did. Doesn't seem like we've got very far left to go, at least.
Are you my next patient? What to do? Axe attack! Forgive me.
The good thing is that not a lot to go, and again, I'm happy with the... I know I could have probably shortened the time to... We're at 180 hours, which is apparently... I think I saw the thing and it said it was like 80 hours or something, but I don't like the idea of just fast traveling through everywhere and avoiding every fight because it's an RPG. Being under level, like the game was hard enough as it was. Not running that risk of not running the risk of dying just because of
Axe attack! It has to be done.
not running the risk of dying just because I'm under leveled. We're about 10,000 XP behind. We died in the Caldera fight with 10 minutes. But which again, if I knew what I was doing correctly, if I had Alfred's blessing on thing, I would have been doing double damage. But I think the reason why I was so afraid in that first phase was because it was doing so much stuff with changing stuff, bringing the souls back, merging the souls, healing itself. I probably would have finished the fight twice as fast. We don't even get the cool Octopath Traveler music. Like, we get none of that.
My Come on then! I'm hungry.
So I wonder if we went back and talked to the troop, would they mention like, oh, Tansy went and disappeared or something like that? Okay, pretty much... Okay, we're just heading in a diagonal direction. It appears on the map. Ah, it's this area. Now it appears. Alright, that's where we're gonna go. We're gonna go in here.
Hey,
Hopefully the trophy pops, and then we can just go straight to the end game. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to look up where to find this last location.
Well now. Axe attack. It has to be done. What? Axe attack. I know no cure for evil.
I think we got like 20,000 for beating Goldor, actually. Alright, what are we in for? Danya? Okay, but I guess we're fighting V-Day then. Fighting V-Day? Why would you call it that if it was...
That's...
Do you know where we are, Temenos?
the battlefield of the gods. Vidania.
Vidania?
The Isle of Illusions. A legend passed down by the Order of the Sacred Flame. To think it actually exists.
Illusions, eh? So that means we've dropped plumb off the map.
The legend says it was sealed on the ocean floor by the power of the sacred flames.
The sacred flames? Then why is it here? The flames are burning bright, aren't they?
Yes, but there was a moment before we reignited them that their light was snuffed out.
And that was enough to break the seal?
This is what they were after. Those who would deny the dawn.
To world's end. Is that where you are, Kazan? Is that where you plan to call down the night?
Actually, now that I think about it, he is the only one that's alive, because Ori's dead. We beat Mint. And the Dark Hunter is dead as well. So that means the only one who would be left is Kazan. Oh, Orboro. He'd be the only one that's left. The trophy should pop after we start getting to here. If it doesn't, then I have to look up some. Make for Castle Vidania. Okay, seal broken. The seal is broken, and Vidania, also known as the battlefield of the gods, appears here at last is world's end. Vidania, a vessel makes for Vidania amidst violent seas, but it will take more than a storm to extinguish the 8 flames aboard. Okay. Off we go. Let's see if this triggers. Disembark. We should get a trophy after this. There we go. We can now continue on with the story. We only have the story left to do, so we only have to do the story. I guess the other reason I didn't put this as finale and stuff is because even after we beat all this, I think there's still more stuff we have to do afterwards. But I'm not really sure. It hasn't really said. So that is travel to every location on the map. So now we need to just let's fight. Yes. So I was thinking I could have put the thing as Journey to a New Dawn, but I decided to not because I wasn't sure how long it would take to get to where we needed to go. I'll keep it still as this, I think.
All the answers I seek.
We technically already
are found
started.
here.
Yep, there's Kazan.
Ogoro, I should say.
So, the flames burn once more. Alas, too late. The night fast approaches. And now it shall have the blood it was promised. For we are the night.
Okay, make for the depths of Castle Verdania. Off we go. The castle, the travelers stand before Castle Verdania. They steer their wills before entering the stronghold. At the altar, Ogoro begins the ritual before the altar in Castle Verdania. He offers his blood as he speaks to the night. Alright, back to music. Having music now, which is good.
Doubtless, your journey was a trying one. You deserve the rest ahead of you.
Oh, we got there already. I didn't heal before I started the fight. I didn't heal before I started because I
must ask, why? The road you took here was soaked in the blood of those who opposed you. Was it worth it? I suppose it matters not. There is no evil in this world, no good. There is only that which we believe in. Can you tell me, without a shade of a doubt, that the dawn is worth all you have endured?
Nonsense. Those who march toward the dawn will be welcomed in its embrace. Those who don't will be left behind. That's all there is.
Your journey will soon reach its end. And then, where will you go? No matter how far you travel, you will never escape. Because no matter where you go, there you will be. Humankind is cursed to live in darkness. Everywhere they squabble over some matter or the other, forever. This world is cruel, unsightly. So, it must end. Tonight, let us share a drink.
Now I am become chaos.
See, I hear a female
Devourer
voice
of
here.
all life
Not a male
in
voice.
this world.
They said it was V-Day was a he.
Even you, foolish mortals. All shall be mine.
I will not fall today. The source of your destruction stands before you now. Love will spell your doom.
Alright, let's go.
Travelers. Where are you? Nothing exists here. The emptiness is staggering. There is naught but darkness. Soothing darkness. Comforting darkness.
Alright. 10 shields with the staff. And 2 other things. An eerie tentacle.
Let's go.
We missed a... Okay, let's see what we're dealing with. Wriggling tentacle and there's Vito, because we're fighting Vito. Oh, we have to figure out what everything's weak to, so... Back to having music now. Okay, we're not doing a ton of damage with this now. You're weak to arrows. Considering this is the last thing, we may as well exhaust what other options we have access to.
Come, little lamb. Very well. Repent! Blaze on, O sacred flame. On.
Weak to...
My turn.
Weak to bless and arrows, so...
Right.
Now then. Calculations complete.
They're doing decent damage.
Spray away.
Nothing to super concern myself with. We have access to this, so let's, we can't capture anything.
Come on then.
Now then. Calculations complete.
Roar, thunder.
Axe, sorry, sword. Sword.
Time.
Also by itself now. Sword, staff, lightning extend.
Right.
Thing that magic can never
Holy light. Illuminate the darkness.
We're getting constant buffs with this. Sword, we've got lightning. Actually, we should add lightning because the lightning will get debuffed even
Come on
further.
then.
I'm trying to think if I should heal. I don't think I need to heal right now. Actually, well, I'm looking at... If I heal now, we can build up... I think we'll do a heal now.
I owe you.
Can we
My turn.
Okay, well, considering Osvald can think that they're off just
Hang in there.
Many thanks.
Osvald
Thinking
can
time.
break here with lightning.
Roar thunder.
All according to plan.
Can't let my quarry escape.
How much damage?
My quarry.
Thinking time. Strike them down.
Oh, I didn't realize I didn't have the thing on.
My turn. Heavy-footed, aren't you?
Where was I?
I mean,
Come.
we may as well use this while we have them. Something's happened, like, it exposed its... Show me. Oh, okay. Oswald and the others are trapped in darkness. Oh, okay, this is actually really cool. Defeat Vide, your companion returned once. Oh, that sucks that we just lost our companion to use. I guess we reached the threshold. Alright, Vide's left behind all the things. Reflective barrier. You're gonna reflect stuff. You're gonna reflect magic. Alright, what have we got? Creeping tentacle, boarding tentacle, lift tentacle, and then we've got... Okay, Vide's already at half health, so this is actually... He's going down really, really fast. He's going down really fast. Alright. What to do first? Oh, she doesn't have a skill. Well, I mean, we may as well... We've got access to these, we may as well use them.
It's showtime.
That's really powerful.
Nice.
Sensing double.
I require this.
Yeehaw!
My turn.
With Hikari, we may as well do... Didn't see how much damage Vide was taking. If he can even take damage. I think he still can. Just see what he does. Okay, he takes damage even his. It's like having took everything out except for one. Yeah, Vide is nearly dead. Like, this is a complete joke. Yeah. Even without leveling, like, we just... I don't know why they gave us access to this. I don't know what that did, but he's nearly dead.
No mercy, only pain.
Drastic treatment ordered.
My turn.
we have plenty of
I
weapons.
need this.
Bring it up. Take this.
Time to shine.
Alright, what can Acne do? Wing.
Lion dance.
Here goes.
Doesn't even feel like it's a fight anymore.
Well now.
Poison slash.
Prepare yourself. I fight for my friends. Axe of the lion heart.
I think that's it. Like, that was not a hard fight at all. I don't know why they decided at the start of the second phase to give us... Oh, it's not over yet. Why did they decide at the start of the second phase to give us all max boost? Osvald and the others broke free from the darkness. Wait. Oh, now the final battle begins. Okay, so now everyone's... Ah. Okay, everybody's attacks will not reach V-Day. Okay, so we have to...
I've never lost a fight.
Okay. All 8 travelers join the battle. You can switch between them with R2 during the fight. Okay. Okay, this is kind of hard to figure out what I want to do. I feel like I want to swap to the next characters. I can't do it this turn. I think next turn I want to swap only because everyone will get a big boost. The Wicked right arm, Wicked left arm, we can't, and V-Day the Wicked. I was like, wait a second, why is V-Day like so easy? That first section I just annihilated. Right. And we're all at full health again. Well, obviously V-Day's not weak to...
Don't underestimate me.
Kind of stuff.
Take that, that, and that.
So let's try and just see what their weaknesses are.
I'll extend a helping hand to axe attack.
There.
V-Day can't be attacked. So, sense on the realm. Dark Climb. How much damage is this? 1,000? This is pathetic. Yeah, this is pathetic. Like, okay, now we can change the party. Changing the party here would actually work.
Even
Yeah,
with
we
dawn.
might do that instead.
Mine. As swift as a snake. Right. What to do? Right.
I like how we can change from the party depending on who we're using. Well, everyone... Okay, we've got our skills back, so let's see... what is weak to what?
Come on now.
Only certain members of the party. Also, I've got to consider like who is swapping
Mysteries
with
have
who
come to
as
light.
well.
I will see this through.
Fortunately, I lost my traveler. It wouldn't let it because the guy left. I didn't know that was going to happen. That really sucked. I could have done something.
Blaze
for the
on,
good.
those sacred flames.
Elena. Let me show you what I've learned.
damage here is not very good.
Very well.
No, we definitely want to swap here. Oh, I've got someone free here, we might as well use them. I need to keep an eye on health when it gets too bad, but he's swapping from Partitio to Ronan.
Coming right up.
Thank you, Partitio.
My turn.
Axe attack.
My friends.
You have access to... Even without powering up, we're better left the cursor into play. The debuff to everything. So I think the debuff is like, oh, we can't attack, can't defend, can't use, so, okay, what are we locked out of? We can't use medicinal skills, you can't use certain what's his name skills, and, I think it's like we're cursed with not being able to do latent powers. We can't do latent power, can't do primary skills, and can't use items. Okay, so that means that until next turn we'll have to swap. So we should swap the party here because we're useless doing anything. No point in doing anything here. Casti, Hikari, Partitio.
My turn.
Let them have the brunt of the...
You're too kind.
Very well.
I need to keep an eye on the only thing that can heal on the other side is capacity.
Holy light, illuminate the dark.
No, then. Calculations complete.
I'm not too concerned. I want to know what the damage is fine. It's just I just don't know what.
Ouch. Come on then.
What?
Now everyone can do what they need to do. So Frigit would swap with Agnia. I think we can do that.
It isn't over yet. Together now.
For you, we need to. Oh, okay. Heal wounds work. I didn't realize this. Heal wounds works across the entire party. Yeah, never mind. I didn't realize that was an entire party.
You're a true friend.
Just makes things even easier. This is not a very hard fight. We lost a bunch of our... we lost like 2 BP there, but it's...
Very well. Holy light, illuminate the darkness.
I'm just using that, that, and that. No, I do.
Here I come.
I'm gonna build up my damage actually, because there's no reason. Like, we can break this other thing. It's not gonna get a turn straight away anyway. It's a small spot across Vito's face.
Now it begins.
This should balance really be good. I like this lifted shadow lifted switch. Yeah, it's the same. Debuff everyone and then...
It's my turn now.
It's just a straight debuff, it doesn't actually... That time it was just a debuff. My right hand was a debuff, left hand was like, you can use certain skills. Alright, now he's exposed. Figure out what he's weak to. I go light.
I'm just getting warmed up. I got more grit than I can handle.
You've got talent, Partitio.
Thinking time. In pursuit of knowledge. This is the answer.
Yeah, all this side can do all their super moves.
Ready? That's soft, but I will hold back. Aver, Prince of Thieves.
I need a plan.
It's still not anywhere close to Tropu'hopu Hikari.
Here I come. I'll keep my friends safe.
Didn't do as much damage as I was expecting.
Bring it on.
Very well. Repent.
Mountainous can... Grant a single ally ability to activate again each turn. I feel like putting that on Hikari is really positive.
Elfred, the Flamebringer, I need you.
Rex.
Okay, what other buffs can I do?
Flashes!
I don't know how much HP he has. Travelers cannot be revived. Right? That means we need to just be careful. Ouch. Okay, so Travelers can't be revived. Right with the right arm, with the left arm, and I don't know if that means we have to break him, because again, he targeted oh shit at full health, like what can I do? Okay, you can't target, you can't heal people that at least I don't think it's saying that I can't. Jackass. Olive of Life is out, so we can't revive those shit. She's gone. So Tony or Hikari. Well, Hikari should get the...
Prepare
Hikari gets,
yourself.
well... Hikari gets extra moves each turn. At the end of each turn, he gets extra moves. Yeah, I need to do this.
I need this.
It's my turn now.
Then we'll build up damage.
Together now.
Build up damage to be able to do to everyone.
Lion Dance.
I don't know if I can't revive permanently or if it's just a general
Well
thing.
now. There's hope for tomorrow.
Can't revive.
There's hope for tomorrow.
V-Day can be attacked. That's not.
Axe attack.
V-Day can be attacked.
My turn.
What to do? What to do?
He's at a halfway point now. Yeah, because I'm
Extend the
concerned
helping
about.
hand.
I don't think that's worth it. I am a bit concerned about health, but that's also not because I need to be careful. I think healing great punch works on everyone, right?
Use this to great
I owe you.
Yeah, I've got to remember, like, certain abilities are going to be completely useless. Some, yeah, they're targeting certain people. We've got to remember that we can't revive characters.
You got it. Don't mind if I do.
It's my turn now.
To work.
But the thing I gotta also consider is that we can heal everybody. Everybody gets a heal, but we can just focus on having.
Apologies,
It's
Tempest.
like I can't revive those shit, which is fine. How am I doing this for? I can still do this. I should do this because then V-Day's gonna get broken anyway.
Calculations complete.
Oh, I should have swapped. Yeah, I've got to remember that.
Where was I?
It's my turn now.
Could be bad, but I
Time.
don't know. I don't know what he's gonna do for death. He's gonna
Friends.
oh, he just KO'd Kari and TJ. See, this is where I knew that something was gonna go wrong. Hopefully we gain the ability to be able to... Hopefully we gain the ability to be able to revive. I don't know what happens here if we wipe out... Yeah, I should have healed. We're just stuck with this
What to
team.
do?
Again, I made mistakes. I'm still trying to learn how to do all this whole fight, but levels and that won't matter because I think this is the final fight anyway. What is the issue now is the amount of
As swift as a
I'm
snake.
guessing we gain the ability to revive later on. As long as I have a character that can revive this. So let's break V-Day first.
You're too kind.
Darkness is momentary. I think I can heal everyone for full.
Playtime's over.
It's Terminus's turn next anyway. No one should die.
Aber, Crimson Thieves. Easy.
Never mind. He died anyway. I was like, oh, we'll wait, but again, there's something that's happening at the end of these this fight anyway. A bunch of people all died at the end, which bunch of people all died and we lost a level up, but shouldn't matter. That was actually pretty easy. Actually, a really fun fight.
Do you spurn its embrace? Travelers. The light has left.
So we missed out on a level up and everyone, but pretty sure this is the end of the game.
Protest.
Got a complete team wipe because I should have done a heal, but I wasn't paying attention to. The swapping mechanic was fine. I didn't realize that was how it was going to work. Otherwise, I would have positioned people in different spots.
For a dawn bereft of light.
That would have been an interesting thing to do if Goldora was actually done that way. Because then you could have made the fight, it would have been easier and harder, I guess.
I am eternal.
I was satisfied with how that went. Not happy with the team. Obviously, O'Shea getting wiped out was fine, but the team wipe was all my fault.
It's over.
But the amount of damage we were doing to V-Day, it was like, what can you do? Like, that second phase of the first part, he kind of brought on himself because it was like, once you sucked the enemies out of the thing, you basically made it so I could do as much damage as possible. Okay, Epilogue unlocked. The beginning of the Epilogue marks the end of your journey. Once you are done roaming and ready to see what lies at the end of the final path, proceed to the indicated destination. Right. For the wicked god V-Day, the 8 arrive at the altar. Obro asks them if the dawn is worth all they have endured, and the travelers answer. V-Day defeated, the wicked god vanishes, leaving behind an ominous message, I am eternal. Dawn breaks, bringing an end to the long night. Okay. So that was, that's that finished. Just the one last thing to do now, which is the epilogue. Approach the end of your journey. I've already completed everything I need to do, so, be anything else left? Pieces of truth. I'm gonna read what these are. Places of truth, sorry. Hey, Akari. Something the matter, Agnia? Seem to be deep in thought. Well, to be honest, I feel like I saw the tranquil grotto in my dreams. I did as well. Saw the sacred flame within the cavern doused. My, what a coincidence. I too saw a flame extinguished in my dream. Really, Terminus? Yes, except mine was in the Felsan ruins. We're talking about dreams, I had one too.
was in the tombs of the warden beasts. The freeze was broken and the flame behind it went out. I don't think this is a coincidence. Nor do I. How so? There must be some connection between the Tranquil Grotto, the Felsun ruins, and the tombs of the warden beasts. It's up to us to find out the truth. So it looks like we are going to have enough time to get, like, there's going to be enough time for me to go and break down absolutely everything that I want to say about this game, because there's a lot to say, and I'm going to have, like, a long time to do so if I need to. Obviously, I'll break more down in the review as well, but I just want to give my general final thoughts on the game once we hit the credits and do all the other stuff. The Shadow and the Endless Night. What's wrong, Temenos? Nothing, I just happen to recall a bit of scripture. One that refers to both the Shadow and Endless Night. I see, a situation much like this one. Perhaps that means we might find a clue at the cathedral. Just thinking the same. And let us make haste for Flame Church. Alright, we didn't get any inventory stuff. They won the fight, so I should probably use the other formation for now. Map's all back to normal. But look at their actual status now, it's like... The others are like... several things ahead. Where do we have to head? We're currently in Canalbrine. We have to head back to, okay, we head back to the, for the epilogue we're gonna head back to the, where we did the, actually no, we did the, thing here, didn't we? No, we did it there. Back to the campfire, I guess we're going. No new items, no. It's everything, right? Let's go to Canalbrine then. Not Canalbrine, I think that's it. We only have to do the epilogue, which I've already done everything else that's required for the platinum, so we can straight there. And there's nothing else that I really feel like I need to do, apart from like getting all of the jobs. But there's no real need to do that. I already need to go ahead and grab all the jobs. We're already using the current things that we're using, and I'm not swapping it. We'll get in a couple more fights. See what the epilogue is, and I will probably lead into the credits, and then I have a lot to say. I'm gonna break down everything.
I know no
good. What I'll probably do is I will go through. I will give an overview of the game in terms of the stuff that is also across the board. So probably gameplay. Well, it's hard because each character I would have to do gameplay, story, stuff like that for. But stuff like music, graphics, that stuff would be. I think good. This is
Let's have ourselves a showdown.
This game doesn't get nominated for something. I'm gonna be very disappointed.
Well now. Axe attack.
Like that boss fight at the end, even though we destroyed it, it was still satisfying to actually complete because even though we destroyed the boss at the end, we were doing too much damage. And again, it wasn't too much damage because of wasn't too much damage because of how much wasn't too much damage because of how much we were
Axe attack.
over level.
Forgive me.
It just they kind of made it so that using the 8 Travelers was pretty overpowered. But
using the 8 travelers was overpowered, but then giving us like that thing where it's like, oh, you have to save your friend, and to save your friend you have to you've got fully boosted. Everything starts fully boosted right at the start.
What to do?
They kind of made it like pointless. And I thought, okay, the fight was over, and then it's like, oh, we're now doing 8 travelers. And the 8 traveler thing was fine because you would just go in between each thing, but you got unlucky with O'Shed dying, and then I wasn't paying attention to the turn order, and I let like all my team die. So, up and then left, and then where we have to go. Just happy that I got a finality with this, because the issue with the previous game was I kind of just finished the stories for everybody, and then I didn't really get a final.
Now it's
didn't really get a final.
There's no need for flattery.
Feeling of what I wanted,
It'll rust my soul.
of what was happening. There was no sense of finality, I guess is the best way to put it. I didn't have the sense of finality because I already, just kind of, there was no, like, bringing everybody together thing, which is what I was hoping for. Unless I missed it.
Bring it up. Take this.
What to do? Axe attack. Has to be done. My journey will not end here.
It's gonna be interesting to see if maybe for this I can do a comparison between the two, but then I don't know. Maybe I should do. Because the thing is, I've got to do the Octopath Traveler. I've got the Octopath Traveler. The Octopath Traveler one was just me doing the Switch, was playing on the Switch. Whereas this gives the full platform. So I was gonna say I could do a. Why don't I could combine both reviews together and make like a comparison thing, similar to what I'm doing with this Warrior review, where it's like it's a super massive games discussion.
Are you my next patient? Here I go.
Oh, I just like no.
Axe attack. Forgive me.
I feel like a comparison between the characters here would be really good for a video, just so I can get my thoughts on both. But then it would also mean I would be. Okay, your journey nears completion. Start the epilogue. Cool. Get in the epilogue and finish up the game.
It's always good to see a familiar sight.
Yes, even if it's for the last time.
This is it, isn't it? The end of our journey.
Hey now, who's saying that? There's still plenty of steps left in these legs.
Indeed. We each will continue on our own paths.
To travel is to live, or so they say.
Ochet?
I feel sad. I don't want to say goodbye.
I too find myself reluctant to part ways with everyone. How odd.
It won't be the same without you. I'll miss our feasts.
As will I.
I don't want to forget this moment. This feeling. You won't, Ochet. We won't.
Our journey will live on forever. In here.
Well said.
Right.
Well, I'll be. Seems I've got something in my eyes. This ain't a farewell, you hear? I put no stock in them. Happy trails.
There's something I want to say, but I'll keep it to myself.
I mean, I know
for
they're
now.
all saying goodbye to each other, so it's like... Everyone's all in different continents and the thing, but it's like... Is it truly like...
When we meet again,
Yeah.
I'll tell you.
Like, the one thing I'm not sure they don't really explain how they come together. It's kind of just like the player makes... The player makes everybody come together, obviously, that's how it is, but... It's not like, say, a Final Fantasy game where characters are kind of embedded in the story to where it's like, you know... It would have been cool where it was like, go to the certain town, and then it's like, oh, hey, this person's in trouble, and then something. It's kind of...
I shall come
Yeah.
with haste.
This works.
Right. Thanks for everything. Sorry. I'm terrible at these things.
I'm so glad I met everyone. I'll never forget our adventures together. Not even when I'm old and gray. You can count on it. Never, never, ever. But let's see each other before then.
It was an honor to journey by your side.
I just realized this. I think this is going
Come
in
to
the...
me whenever you please.
This is going in the
Be
order...
welcome with open arms.
This is going in the order of the characters that we picked up least, so Osvald will be the last one to leave, because he's the one that we got first.
You have
Yeah.
a friend for life.
So, yeah, they did it like that. Also, I think, the person who leads the party at the end is based on who your starting traveler is.
During our journey, I found
I
something
can only imagine
I never
a
thought I'd like.
completionist having to complete this. That means he's gonna have to do 8 different... He's gonna have to do 8 playthroughs, for this game. One for choosing each starting traveler, because there's gonna be a unique...
Even more important than
This is
meat.
gonna be like a unique cutscene for each time. Well, actually, no, you wouldn't even... No. No, it wouldn't be unique.
I
It's
won't
just
forget
which
you
order,
all.
I guess.
Until next time.
You'd still have to do 8 playthroughs, I think. If not more, actually. I'm not even sure.
The pursuit of knowledge is endless, and so my journey continues. This time, however, I have a place to return to. A home.
Alright, that is it. That is the last... I'm gonna put the controller down just in case something skips. I don't want to have the thing skip, but that is it. That is the end of Octopath Traveler 2. So I guess after the credits is when we get the last thing. That is the end of the game. Hopefully we get like a montage of every single person's thing here, but it looks like we're probably only gonna get the Chosen Traveler, but and the final blow for everything. But what a fun game. Alright, I guess I should try and wrap everything up as I go, but yeah, all the boss fights that we had to deal with as each traveler, but similar to what they did in the previous one. How do I put on this? I think this game is everything that the original... I think this game's everything the original did, but just better in every way. This is what a sequel... this is what a sequel needs to be. It just takes all of the mechanics that were good in the first one, expands on them, adds new things, makes a longer story, all that other stuff, and then just a thing. Trying to break all this stuff down, though. So normally I would go like gameplay, characters, story, but when it comes to gameplay, characters, and story in this game, I feel like I need to go and base it strictly on each character's gameplay, characters, and story. That way it's fairer across the board. So if I go into more stuff that's just generic, so the music. The music in this game is... I think, from what I remember, the music in this game is better than the previous one. Every new chapter set that you would get better music for the battles. It kept getting better. Several special pieces were playing via the thing. That's even the thing as well. Those were really, really good. But yeah, just the music was just great. There's not really much else to say. I just really enjoyed the battle themes, and I really enjoyed the some of the special ones, like Song of Hope, and all that as well. Yeah, for that, so in general, graphics, obviously, the graphics are HD 2D, so they're supposed to look like this, but the game still looks just as beautiful as the original game does. I think this one looks better, mainly because of a lot of the moving parts behind everything, as well as some of the towns look really nice. So, for example, the traversing of the ship, when you're in the ship area, traversing at night, and you see all the different cities, as what they look like when they're not thing, it just looks really, really nice. And like the bosses are still the same, the way that they do all that as well. Characters, gameplay, story, they've got graphics, music, and then like overall thoughts. I've already kind of given all that as well, but this is like the montage across everything as well. So it's like I'm gonna try and think what else I would cover. Gameplay in general. So this is gonna be stuff that includes like stuff that's not exclusive to each character's story. So having access to the world map and being able to traverse the region via the ship is really nice, and exploration that is just really fun to do. The journal stuff, obviously, we could see all the banter and all the thing. I like the way that they improved on that, so you can actually see stuff that you've missed. Items and stuff are pretty much the same. Equipment, things. The job system, because I was able to actually, in the original game, to be able to get the jobs to use, you have to find the shrines. I never went and did any of the shrines in the original game, so that's why I didn't have them. But here, because we were grabbing all the different jobs from all the places, I think it allowed me to have better gameplay across the board for everybody, which was very useful. Also, being able to have dual classes allowed people to be a lot more powerful as well, getting all the divine skills, things like this. The unique jobs. So, Arms Master, I really liked Arms Master. Probably one of the more powerful jobs in the game. Inventor, probably my favorite
class, because I just used it quite a bit. I really did enjoy that. What was the new one? We've got, I didn't use Conjurer very much, so that was what it was, but Conjurer I'm sure is because it adds extra attacks to your thing. Also, what else was there? What's the other one? Arms Master, Conjurer, Arcanist. I didn't use Arcanist either because we got that late into the game, but at least I was able to unlock all of those things as well. I think what else for gameplay that's unique? The side story system. Side stories here I think were better than the previous game, because for the most part you'd be able to go to the area, grab the side quest, and be able to complete it or know where you had to go. I also like that after each story that you would complete for a character, you would unlock another chapter of, like, you would unlock such and such person's next chapter. Like, it was like what they were going to be doing after the story was over. And that was all voiced. I appreciated that was the thing. Well, what else other stuff is there that I can say? Going around and finding the equipment was much easier. I enjoyed the dungeon aspect. We went through every dungeon, fought every boss. Also, I don't think what else we did. The path action system is pretty much the same. I think what else is there that I could talk about that's unique? Because a lot of the stuff relates to the other characters, so maybe I should just get into that, because we've gone through graphics, we've gone through gameplay, we've gone through music. I don't know what else there is to really say. Maybe I should go through each and every individual character as we go. So, while the credits are still going, let's go and load up, every, like, story. So let's start with our first character. So our first character was Osvald. So let's just go through and start with him. So, let me just load up all these things. I'll go through chapter by chapter to give my overall thoughts about how I think as well. Okay, so Osvald's first two chapters are pretty much the... pretty much his chapter 1. So, prison stuff, I really enjoyed the way that the prison stuff worked. Seeing the characters from the past come back and do all sorts of stuff was actually really, fun to see. Being able to revisit the prison was nice. And then Chapter 3 was, the stuff in Osvald's laboratory, so, we return home and, pretty much seek out the person who orchestrated on the thing, which, that was a pretty simple thing, that one didn't really have a lot to it. In Chapter 4, the whole thing about, finding out that he basically turned our wife into into his own creations. That was really well done. And then the revelation that he tricked Thing into her memories. He like tricked her to try and use it in experiments. That was very well done. And the fight was not too difficult with the thing. And then finally, Osvald Chapter 5, all the stuff with the Dusk Runes Shrine, defeating Harvey. We ended up beating him, and Elena is now in the care of Lady Clarissa. So I wonder if we're going to see anything for that after we finish this or not, or not actually really sure. So I guess now that I've gone through that, that's the story. Character-wise, Osvald, I picked Osvald. The reason I picked Osvald was because of his abilities. So Study Foe, because of less running stuff, less encounters. And his path actions were the mugging thing, which we already have. So, what is this going to be? Because, it's going to be something that's going to appear here, I'm guessing. Kind of have a lot to go through, but at least we have some time. Okay, so we're in all New Delster. There's Rock. Rock and, Pap. Okay, we're by ourselves. There is a, that's the one
It
from
seems
Thing.
the passage of time has done little to dull the clamor here.
Right, so it's not over yet. Not over yet.
Now to find the others.
Oh, we still got gameplay. Like, I didn't realize we still had gameplay. Like, we still have gameplay. Try my best not to get in Lady Malia's way. Oh, it's, okay, this is it. Never mind, we're not even finished yet. We're not even finished yet. We've still got the, we haven't got the trophy yet. I was still going through other stuff anyway, but, it's so good to see you again. Well, how is business going? So yeah, everyone's talking to everyone. Hey there, Malia, it's been a while. Everyone loves your town herbs. Yeah, okay, so that means the epilogue is just everyone in town that we've met across the way. Let's, go ahead and talk to everybody. We've got a lot of problems waiting to be solved, but for today, let's celebrate. Try not to get carried away, Edmund. I wouldn't want you hung over at tomorrow's peace talks. Can't believe that, man. Just where has he gone off this time? Obviously, I want to try and avoid talking to the normal characters, so... The city can be very dangerous, Elena. You need to watch your step. Still time until the show starts. I need to get a present for Papa. I wonder if they're all going to end with... Well, are they all going to end with Dulcinea in the thing? The next voyage is going to be a long one. Should have all the fun I can on land today. Need to keep honing my skills. When I work hard, Sesuke, works hard. Can't remember the last time I was home like this. Is there some kind of festival going on? No, boss was amazing, but I never thought he'd bring us to a city like this. Where's that ticket boss bought me? It said the show starts at, okay. Everybody's here. They just decided to... They've made an entire... The whole town is filled with the characters that we've met along the journey, and our own characters, and we're going to reunite with everyone. For, like, a concert, I'm guessing. I want to talk to everyone else first before we talk to our main characters, so look forward to seeing her shine up on the stage. This is really, cool that they did something like this. Greeting again, boss. We've already got 30 newcomers just this month. Look like you have promise, and the more people we have, the merrier the performance. You there with the white fur, would you like to join our traveling troupe? So she's not there, unfortunately. Even the Great Isle Warden is reduced to a mere attraction in this big city. Shit, was it really, like, a good idea to bring me here? Okay. This is really nice that they've done something like this. We actually do have to go into the city as well. Alright, well, we'll gather everyone here, though. Work hard, I promise. Please let me prove it to you. The President makes the final decision, but perhaps I could put in a good word for a passionate youth like yourself. Latest model of the astronomical telescope. I can't believe it. The refractive index is... you'd be surprised to find out just how key the neo-steam-engine metallic plates were in my research. Always happens as soon as we enter a shop. I don't know how long we've spent looking at wares. New Justice products never cease to amaze. High-quality goods, every last one. Trying to wrap up all my thoughts, and yet now we're doing all this. So it's like, I'll do it when we get to a finished screen. Heard there's a big star in town, and maybe I'll go see what's happening at the theater later. Oh, there's Dulcinea. We do have to go to here. Won't go there yet. Beautiful muscles. It's the first time someone's ever said that about me. You have some really beautiful muscles. Maybe the greatest audience this theater has ever seen. Madame Dulcinea seems even more fired up than usual today. Won't want to miss tonight's performance. Your star would draw a crowd, but that was fast.
Time hasn't changed her one bit. She's come quite a long way, hasn't she? Yeah, this is really cool. Every single character that exists, we're getting, is gonna be in the one spot. What is that? That doesn't look like anyone that I recognize. I used to be late no matter what, I'll keep my promise. Lady May, there's no need to rush. There's still plenty of time before the show starts. You're watching Kawani. Today your little girl becomes a star. Oh, that's Agnia. Yeah, Agnia's performing. Everyone seems so excited. Can't wait for the show to begin. That's Agnia. Okay. Come on, hurry up. I don't want to miss the show. I haven't been here in 50 years, but not much has changed, to be honest. I thought I would step foot in this city again. Oh, these are the characters that were in Lost Seed. I remember. Right, Temenos. Which means at this incident... Hey, you listening, Temenos? Maybe it's time you and I retire, Rock. We could run a little shop together, what do you say? Now that we've completed the Continental Railroad, I think we can leave the rest to the next generation, Pat. That Partitio... Oh. Merchant sure is something else. Man, really took me by surprise. I never expected to expected him to hand over so many leaves. Really, I am today is thanks to him. These are the 3 people that we helped for the Center of Commerce quest as well. This is a really nice little, like, thing at the end to have everyone... We've saved the world, we've done everyone's stories, and now everyone's gathered together in New Delsta for the concert. The place has always been lively, but I've never seen it like this before. I think I've talked to everybody. Everyone I think I've talked to, so let's go and get everyone... Let's talk to all the, characters then.
It's good to see you again, my friend.
Would have been cool if all of the things were voiced, but I don't think all of them had voices.
Let us be on our way. It's time we celebrate her new journey.
Okay. Her new journey, so this would be Agnia.
Hey, I knew I recognized that scent. I've got plenty of food for everyone, so let's go.
Like, I want to wrap up my thoughts because I need to still talk about Osvald's characters in the story. But again, if it gets to a point where we go to the thing, I might have to just
I've been waiting for you.
I might have to just
No time for pleasantries. Let's mosey.
wrap it up in the menu or something like that. I'll probably re-enter the game just to see if I re-enter into the game, at least I won't have to worry about the... Because the issue is that there is a copyright that I can get on the opening theme for Octopath Traveler, so I'd rather avoid that.
Hey there, I'm Paula.
Oh, that's
Agni's
Paula.
little sister.
Okay.
I'm so glad you could make it. I'm about ready to explode from excitement.
I thought that was... Okay, I thought for a second that we were about to go into story stuff, and I thought, oh, have I made a mistake? Maybe we recruited Paula because Agni's getting
now,
ready.
Here's a familiar face. Shall we be on our way?
I thought that the game was over because we did the epilogue and then the credits were rolling, so I'll follow through with all the rest of my thoughts once we finish up here. I've still got some stuff to say, still got a bunch of stuff to cover. I have a lot of time, so. Glamorous life ain't bad, but I'm pretty content with what I have. As long as we've got you, boss, we don't need anything else. I thought I'd be walking through these streets. The first time a human eat so happily. Jerky's incredible. The scent, the taste, I just can't get enough. So this is where she danced, huh? It's a nice place. The cover's good too. Closing up early today. Got some hot plans later. Come on, get up, Gif. Else we'll be late for the show. I don't know what he's so sad about. The president knows he's doing good work. Working hard, really I am, but still the president is... Alright, well now that I know that I just need to make sure I don't, select everybody, I'll just grab...
We're late. Though I only just arrived myself. Let's go.
As long as we still have one person to grab. And there's Hermes and, beautiful melody, it makes me want to dance. Today's a beautiful day for a song. Anyone in the game parlor? Okay, the game parlor's been locked off.
Thank goodness we were able to find each other. I'm looking forward to the performance.
Alright, I guess now we're heading to, now we head to the theater. Everybody, the only person we don't have is Agnia, because she's performing. I want to put the controller down, but I'm pretty sure we're gonna have to, like, skip the, we're gonna have to skip the, well, not skip the, we're gonna have to click the text boxes.
Life is a journey. The places you go, the deeds you do, the tales whose hero you become. Every road is yours to take. I once went on a journey. I was one of 8. My friends and I visited every corner of the realm. The winding road we walked was full of surprises. And I know the memories we made will be with me forever. Looking back on them now brings a comforting warmth to my heart. Our lives are both a journey and an adventure. The path ahead may be dangerous, and you may even feel like giving up when the night is long and dark. But remember, in those times, especially in those times, you don't need to walk alone. No path is too perilous so long as friends are at your side. Walk astride to the dawn.
It's like how there's a lion just in there and a whole bunch of others, but it's like, this is really nice that every single person that we assisted in.
I hope that your journey
Every person that we assisted in the journey along the way. I didn't see
and
Elrond
the
actually.
dawn
I
that
didn't
awaits
find them.
are filled
Maybe
with
I missed
light.
it somewhere. Every single person we helped along our journey
Is
was
for you.
is here. Yeah, I didn't see Veronica either. Maybe some characters just were missing. I missed them.
Octopath Traveler.
Wait, is this a song? It's like a maybe it is a song. This is obviously Octopath Traveler 2. Alright, thank you for traveling with us. There we go. There's the Finn screen. Finn screen as well as there's our Platinum Trophy. We have the Platinum Trophy for now. There's our Finn screen for all of our travelers. Alright, let's sync things up actually. That is our platinum. That is 144 platinums now, I think. I haven't got one in a while. When was the last time I got a platinum? That's 143. Last time I got a platinum was when was the last? Yeah, last platinum we got was the Devil. I mean, that's a long time ago. We could have got the platinum for Like a Dragon Ishin if I wasn't terrible at that last game. But yeah, we haven't got one in a little while. When was this one? March. We haven't. Okay, it's been 5 months. We had a platinum. And there we go. Alright, thank you for traveling with us. Really nice. Let's see if there's anything else that... I was hoping that there was going to be a song, actually, at the end, but, Alright, let's see what happens if I exit out of the thing. Play anything? No, it just takes us back to the... thing screen. I don't know what happens here, so what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to mute the game, because this is going to stay at things control. But at least this will give me a chance to be able to explain everything that I want to finish the game, so this will at least give me some chance to be able to thing. But I muted the stream because I've muted the music because this can be copyrighted, and I don't want to get things. So I guess what I'll do is I will take a quick break, take a quick break and come back, and then we will go through everything else that I wanted to go and talk about with the game, and then I can go and finish up for the stream. So, we'll be back in a second, then I'll come and discuss everything else.
Alright, so I guess now we should like wrap up the entire game and wrap up everything that I wanted to go and say before we up. But I'll go through all the epilogue and everything else after we've gone through all the characters, because I need to go through the characters, gameplay, and stories. So we went through the story with Thing. Character-wise, I think Osvald was a really good character. Again, he was my starting traveler. The stuff with Harvey was really nice, cool to see. I liked the interactions that he had with his daughter and all that stuff as well. In terms of his gameplay, I'm still a bit torn about whether I like Cyrus or his more, only because I liked Cyrus having access to double spells naturally when we bought Thing versus having to use a spell and then having to do it, because it's a setup of one turn. But then he had One Tree Magic was really nice, and some of the other stuff like Elemental Barrage and that came into Thing as well. But I feel like it's always... This class, Oswald's class, is always like the best, probably the best class to start with, because reveals weaknesses, has access to 2 to 3 has access to 2 elements at the start, and then 3 when you get level up, and reduces the encounter rate by half, so you have half encounters, and yeah, I just think he's overall just a better thing as well. I guess the other reason why I have this muted is because it would go over my voice, but I mean, I could turn it down, but the issue is that the issue is that it's this is copyrighted music. Like this, out of the entire for the original game when I uploaded it, I think only the title music as well as each character. So each character has there's a thing called Ulbricht's theme, Primrose's theme. Like all of those got flagged down. But yet here, the only thing that got flagged down was this music, the music that was on the thing. Everything else hasn't been flagged down, which is good. Okay, so that would be gameplay for them. So that means that's Osvald. Osvald overall, I think, really, really enjoyable character. One of my favorites in thing. Because the thing is, I tried to split it with 3 things, right? I think Throne had the best story. I think Hikari was the most fun gameplay-wise, and then Osvald was, like my starting villager and stuff like that. Starting travel, I should say. Alright, next up is, who was next? Let's go through and, where's the thing that I used here? Just for telling me which characters I did in order. I'll go through in order, yes. Even though this isn't the order that I did all their chapter 4s in, but, like, I'll just, where's the... I guess it doesn't matter. I need to use this anyway, so it's like, we'll do... Oh, shit. Here it is. So, yeah, we'll, do this for a second. Let's load this up. It's so weird that now I'm seeing this thing and it's saying, like, the best starters are either Oshet, Osvald, or Agnia. This isn't what I use, actually, wherever... This actually is not the... It's weird that they don't have the thing anymore, because here it is, best story order. Yeah, I did it in story order, so it's like, we'll do the same thing, right? So, Oshet. Okay, so Oshet, gameplay, story, and characters. So, Oshet, character-wise, I really liked, we had Sir Juro back. He was the Juva, the lion. Kahaze, I enjoyed her character as well. Oshet as a character is fine. I guess the biggest issue that I have is that most of her dialogue revolves around fighting and food, so she's essentially a Saiyan. Just not as powerful. And again, it's hard to sort of with the character-wise, it's kind of harder to go around that because there's not a lot to talk about with her. Story-wise, if I go on to Oshed's story, what did we go through with this? So obviously the first choice we had to make was deciding whether we wanted the fox or the owl. I chose ultimately to go with the owl because I wanted... I decided to go with the owl because I wanted the... I wanted to go for the owl because of the elemental stacking thing. So, chapter 1, it was essentially choose which one we wanted. I wanted the owl. And then we defeated the entity and the thing now. That was thing. So, chapter 2, okay, so her chapter 2 is kind of like, it's 3 parts. So you had to find actor, find thing. Now, the actor part was not all that interesting because all we had to do was just go to the area and go and find it and then have it with us. It just wasn't all that interesting. However, I did like what they did at the end, where it did get to evolve and it became what could have helped us at the end. That was good. I also liked that we did how the other ones were because they were a little bit better. Because Terra's one was more so about trying to stop awaken him from his slumber and do all that stuff, and that was actually a really easy fight. And then the Glacius fight, obviously wanted revenge. And then finally, in the final part, we come face to face with the one that we didn't choose. So I'm actually curious to see what the owl one looked like if I didn't pick it. That was the first tease of like the post game, I guess you would say, because we were fighting a lot of the shadow creatures, and I didn't realize that would tie into the thing. But it was like that was actually kind of interesting how they did all that, having all that tie into the things as well. Oshed as a character, though, I think she's completely busted in terms of the thing. Better than the Harnett from the previous one. Her capture ability, being able to capture things to harvest of food and keep them and be able to use that infinitely times was absolutely overpowered. Her latent power, that's another thing I didn't talk about. The latent power was her latent power is really good because of the damage output. Being able to summon out of the other things is really good. Befriending the people, and that works with that as well. Just really, really busted. What else is there I would say about you? I don't really think there's anything else to really say. So let's go on to the next character, which would be best character after that. Not best character, but in terms of Oshed's story and thing, because she was mostly fighting non-entity, what's his name things. It was not as. So Hikari's is next. Okay, so Hikari. This one's probably more in depth because of the characters and more. I think this is would this be the one that has all the characters in it? The most characters that are thing? I guess it would. Yeah, we have a few things to do though. We've got characters, gameplay, story. So for Hikari's story, I didn't do a quick recap because usually what I would have done is at the end of each thing when the credits were rolling, I would try and go through every single character. So trying to remember everything right at the end is difficult, but I didn't realize that was how the game was going to end. And also, we did get an actual official end to the game, so that's why I didn't do it. But Hikari chapter. Go through all of the chapters. Hikari's chapter 1. Okay. I really liked what they did with the chapter 1 thing, flashbacking all the way to the start, to explain how everyone was, explain that all of the friends were together and grouped and doing everything together, and how everyone fell away and all that, and Mugen taking over, and characters moving on and dying and stuff like that. The Ritsu stuff was really tragic because of what was happening. He was only doing everything for his sister, but he was being used, but he wanted to prove himself, and Hikari and him were rivals, but they were still friends, and other things like that. It's like, it was really well told how they did that. And chapter 2, we found Kazan. Did all the underground arena stuff. That reminded me very much of Ulbricht's chapter 3 from the previous game. I think Ulbricht's chapter 3 was better, only because it was more a tournament versus this one where it was like a and again Vanderland was kind of a one-note character where he just said the same thing constantly. I like the idea of what they did with the other one, but his chapter 2 was really good. And the stuff with Kazan, like obviously I didn't see that coming at the end, but I guess it kind of makes sense going on. Chapter 3 was the weapon shipment thing. That was where we had to. All we did there really was fight the general guy that Ritu ended up killing anyway. And that was a really short chapter, but it was fine for what it was. Chapter 4, we went to Raimei, and we had to try and convince her to help us. We got captured. We fought our way up to the top, and we beat Raimei. I liked all the stuff with her and Raimei. She was torn between doing what she had to do for herself and what she had to do for the thing. The whole stuff about the flashback sequence where we learned that her brother was the one that taught Hikari everything he knows, but then Hikari's he was working against Hikari the whole time and doing all the stuff like that. That really worked out well how they did that. And then ultimately, because of that, we ended up getting to Chapter 5. Chapter 5 was where everyone came together. Kazan, all the gladiators that we rescued, Raimei's forces, all the people of Ku from previously all came together and helped everyone. Benkei came back. Also, yeah, we did all that stuff, and I really enjoyed how they did that. The boss, I was expecting to fight General Argehar, but then now that I've realized what's happened, it's like, well, they needed somebody to sacrifice at the end for the post-game, so it kind of all makes sense now. Mugen's boss fight, though, was tense, because we had to beat Mugen. The first fight was really easy. The second fight was just the Hikari illusion and figuring out what all that was. The third fight, however, I really liked what it was. He was essentially Gilgamesh and using Arms Master on us. And I was really scared about doing not enough damage, and I'm glad that we got through that in one try. Unlike some other bosses. But yeah, overall, I liked how the thing ended for him. That's character-wise, I like Raimei, I like Kazan, I like Hikari as a character a lot, I like Mugen. I think everyone was solid overall. All the character, and Ritu, the stuff with Ritu was solid. I think all the story, the character stuff related to the story was really good. Gameplay-wise, I think I like the challenge mechanic more here than the other one, because you can get the skills to learn. Also, I liked the latent power a lot. I use that a lot. His skills are a lot more broken than Ulbrich, I think, as well. So that also makes a big difference. But yeah, really... Hang on one second. Oh, that's you. Oh, that's what it is. I wondering what this was. The actual... Away. I just really enjoyed that as well. Also, what else have we got to cover? Gameplay-wise, I think it was... In terms of damage, he was doing the most damage until thrown in at the end, actually. Anything else I want to say? Don't think so. The bribe mechanic was fine, but obviously we had other options for that too. Next character is... Agnia. This is going to be an interesting one, because some of these chapters are easier to go over than others, because they were not that important. Like, some of the characters with... some of the stuff is just moving on. Alright, Agnia's first chapter, obviously we get introduced to all of her character, her family, the festival stuff. I like the that was also pretty much simple, and then we just have to fight the war at the end. I liked that. That was fine. Nothing to really complain about there. Chapter 2, Chapter 2 was all the stuff at the theater. Now, I thought it was going to lead up to something more sinister. Dulcinea's plan wasn't all that thing, so I was expecting her to be... I was expecting her plan to be, like, she was going to be really spiteful and, like, I guess I can get into that a little bit later, but, the theater manager stuff was fine. I like Lamani as a character was fine. Him getting beaten up by the stray dogs was really funny. The The stuff with Gil was more story building. We'll get to them all of that later, because again, I think Agni's final chapter, out of all, I think Agni's final chapter, apart from maybe Couple, is probably the better one because of how it brings everybody together. Chapter 3 was not that much at all. It was kind of just like get to the area with the theater and then have the troupe do a bunch of stuff. I was expecting there to be something at the theater there because they never actually did anything in the floating theater as far as I recall. Actually, no, they did. We did perform there, but I was expecting something else actually. I was expecting maybe a boss fight at the end, but that was fine. Chapter 4, that's where we found out that Dulcinea was from Sai. We found out that she was trained by Agnia's mother. This is where I was expecting there was going to be something at the end. The reason why is because obviously her plan was to destroy Thing and make a thing based around her, which I understood that was the thing. I was expecting what was going to happen at the end. That we were going to outbeat her. Everyone was going to turn on Dulcinea. Dulcinea was going to be spiteful. And she was going to be like, oh, by the way, I killed your mother, or I poisoned her and took all of the credit for myself. The only reason that didn't work is because she ended up... I think the only reason that didn't happen is because she ended up doing... The reason that didn't happen is because of her doing the... people already were aware. So the only way to do that correctly would have been like if Dulcinea was the one who replaced Agnia's mother and then just like reveal that she stole everything from later. But fighting Veronica, that was all fine. And then that goes straight into chapter 5 where we did the performance with Dulcinea. I loved the look of Dulcinea's sprites, how she was a butterfly in the other one and then in a normal thing the other time. And she was fighting us with songs. And it wasn't... I liked that she wasn't evil. That was something that was actually interesting that they did, where it was like she actually just wanted to have a legitimate battle with somebody, and then the whole encore stuff and everyone coming together, like everyone. That was one thing that they did. Essentially, like imagine what they did with the epilogue here, but they did it with Agnia's chapter, where everybody came back together, similar to what happened with Hikari. So that's kind of like what they did there. I liked what they did for that. That was cool. And so it's gameplay, character-wise, again, Dulcinea is great. Vanessa, I liked Vanessa. I liked Agnia as a character in that as well. All of the characters were solid for hers because it was more so about learning about things, I guess. Gameplay-wise, I prefer... Agnia is so much above Primrose that it's not even funny in terms of thing. Now, the one thing I will say is that Primrose's story in the original game is much darker, which I did appreciate. That was what I liked about it. But in terms of actual gameplay, her Agnia is so much better than Prim ever was. Like I dreaded having Prim in the party to use her. I just didn't like how she worked. I'm even noticing in the speedrun, like they leave Prim until last, and then do like all 4 of her things in one go. But yeah, Agnia is just so much better than all the rest of them. Than that one at least. Alright, so next character will be... that's half the travelers that we've already gone through. Okay, so Throne is next. Throne's chapter... Let's go through all Throne... Now, Throne's chapters are different. She has 6 chapters, technically, but we did them in 4. So Throne's chapter thing. So there's a lot to talk with Throne, because, again, she's one of... Throne is probably my favorite character story-wise, because of how everything was built up. But it's hard. There's several characters that I enjoyed. Oops. I get to all the chapter themes breakdowns. Alright, chapter 1. So, obviously we were with all of our friends, doing all the stuff that we had to do for that. The boss we had to fight at the end was, one of our friends. We fought one of them, because essentially they tricked us, mother and father tricked us into basically saying one of us was betraying the other, and the other one was thing. So, everyone was trying to kill each other. The intention. Obviously, we found out what the reason was for that later, but that was what it was. Okay, so now Throne has 2 chapter 2s. So in the father route, we had to. In the father route, we were tasked to go to the stronghold and defeat Snow Hair boss. We defeated them, and then we end up realizing that father had betrayed us, and then ended up having to do all the rest of the stuff there. And then for the mother's route, we were sneaking around, and we ended up doing the game. I like that game where we did the drinking game, the thing that we did there. That was fairly simple as well. Okay, chapter 3. So in Mother's route, we found Mother essentially training another character at the thing, and then at that point, we fought her. Her boss fight apparently is really annoying. I didn't really find it all that annoying. And then we got one of the keys. And then speaking of keys, we also got the other one, which is the father route, where essentially it's revealed that Father and Throne's mother loved each other, and they had a child. And also, it was revealed that Mother was killed by that Mother killed our mother as well. And then it was revealed the father and her had a relationship and did all that stuff there. And then we got both keys, only to find out that the keys don't unlock our collar, but they unlock the door leading into the next chapter, which was chapter 4. And that's where we went back to Lost Seed. We went to Lost Seed for the first time. And by going to Lost Seed, we end up being revealed that Claude is the father of everybody. Throne, Mother, Father, all of our friends, most of the Black Snakes are all children of Claude, who later on we find out is one of the several deities that has existed for several times, and he's been influencing the stuff as we've gone along. So that's also nice how they did all that. In terms of characters, Throne is great. I liked all the side characters in chapter 1 that they were introduced to. I can't remember what the thing's name is. Mother and Father were really good villains. Claude was an interesting character. And everything else as well. Throne as a character, I think she was a buff down from... I think she was a worse version of Therion. In terms of games playset, just because of... I liked having HP and SP feat, and I feel like she kind of fell more into the Prim role, but she was doing better than Prim by the end game anyway. And then obviously being able to steal everything in there, that's really cool as well. Okay, so Cassie is next. Cassie is the next character. Go back through and figure out what's all her story stuff is. Okay, Cassie chapter 1. So we were introduced to her, and she had amnesia, of course, and we basically, her objective was trying to find out all the causes of all these illnesses in these areas. In chapter 1, every chapter we would gain a new memory, and it would trigger new things we were doing. We were part of the apothecaries. It was like as if we were bad people. In chapter 2, so chapter 2 had several routes for her as well. So when we were in Sai, we ended up realizing that we went and healed a bunch of characters in the desert, and two warring factions between Emmett and Griff. They were brought back together, and we defeated the Sandworm because that was causing terror across everything, and doing all sorts of other stuff. And then we learnt about more stuff that as apothecaries came to go and help them and do all that stuff there as well. And then in the Winterbloom route, this was where we had to deal with Pluck and the Thieves that were doing stuff. Also, this was more so about healing the character and helping Malia become the next thing, doing all that stuff that was there, because the Pluck and that got hired to attack us. Do all that stuff, which again, I liked how Mick and Mac were recurring characters and stuff like that, which they did. They were Tressa's chapter 1 boss fight from the first game. But they did it a little bit differently here. And I really liked what they did with that. And that was touching what they did. And they brought, obviously, Malia, we figured out what we had to do for that as well. Chapter 3 was purely backstory. Cassie's backstory, why Trousseau did everything that he did, how the Purple Rain started, how what happened to everybody dying, apart from Cassie to save her, stopping the Purple Rain, doing all the other stuff that we had to do with that. I really thought that was really well done, but again, it was more so just a flashback sequence. So, and then finally in Timberrain, my only problem here was that we're implying that the whole castle has monsters in it, but I don't really get why, because the king and queen shouldn't be any, it should have just been a normal straight way to get to where we had to go. Defeating Trousseau was fine. We finally found a cure. I like the fact that it was like along our journey we found the clues to treat it by using a plant from each place that we ended up using and combining what we currently had. So I did like that. Character-wise, Casti, I enjoyed the characters, as well as all the different characters that were a part of them. Trousseau was an interesting villain, but I thought they should have explored it a little bit more to explain what happened. Malaya and all that was fine. I liked the stuff with Pluck and Mick and Mac. That was interesting as well. Gameplay-wise for Casti, I didn't really use her too much. Mainly it was just for using spread axe attacks, as well as I liked having her do freebie heals. That was about it. That's about it. It's similar to Elfin, to be honest. That's really all I had. But I found for several boss fights, she was really, really good. Also, gameplay. I think that's about it for the gameplay, because the soothe mechanic felt like entirely pointless. Like it was good for a couple of things, but it was wasting items just to knock people out. Felt kind of pointless to me. Okay, so next character is Cass. Next character is I got 2 more characters to go, I believe, actually. Temenos and then Partitio. Okay, but Temenos is next. So got a lot to talk about with Partitio. Okay, so Temenos. What did all of his chapters entail? Okay, so Temenos. Okay, one thing right off the bat, Temenos' story. We start off the fight. We start off Temenos' first chapter by playing as Aelfric the Flamebringer, fighting V-Day and defeating V-Day, which I really surprised that they did that. I liked how they did that though, and also the only reason I say I didn't like it is because in some parts is because the actual darkness section. Whenever I saw that with other characters, I thought, okay, so V-Day's coming back, because it's like it's influencing all these other characters, it's doing all these other stuff. And now that I've read all that other stuff that we did in the thing, now it makes a whole lot more sense to do what they did here. The stuff with and then in chapter 1 we fought the werewolf that killed we killed the werewolf that did the stuff in the Pontiff, and all that stuff as well. We'll get more into Temenos' gameplay and stuff and the characters when I go and talk about that. Chapter 2 was where we were investigating Cannelbrain. We found out that there was someone committing a bunch of murders based on the order of the characters that were killed in the thing for V-Day's original thing back then, and that was why we were investigating all the stuff with Lucian. They tried to kill the Hermes the Dancer. And then Varus the Architect, we got revealed as the thing who chapter 3 in the Crackerage, we went to the Felsun Ruins where we're doing all that stuff with Razor, and we did a whole bunch of stuff inside with the Felsun Ruins that we needed to go and examine and figure out more about. It was more so about learning about the history of the other places, so that's where we covered that as well. Stormhail, we ended up going and interrogating Vardos and figuring out what happened. That was unfortunately when Crick passed, and we found out that Crick was killed by Caldena, and then we had to defeat her subordinate, Tuberol, I think it was, and figured out that Caldena is like a descendant of the Kel people, and that she's trying to do a bunch of stuff as well. And then that leads into Temenos' final chapter, where we ended up having to be guided through the nameless village to get to the area, fight Caldena at the end, and ultimately defeat her and figure out all the stuff with the thing. So in terms of characters, we have a lot to cover in terms of the characters. Temenos is a really good character. Crick was enjoyable when he was on there, and his rival with Ort and that, and as well as Ort's interaction. Caldena and Kuberol, I kind of figured out that they were the villains early on, just based on how everyone was investigating everything. Crick dying and all that stuff as well. The stuff with Vardos was fine. Gameplay-wise, though. Gameplay-wise, I really liked the detective mode kind of style that we were doing with Temenos to investigate all the extra stuff. That was really good. Cleric is a really good class. Also, his latent power was interesting. I like the whole coercion thing as well to get all the information that we wanted as well. And a bunch of other things that I had to need to try and consider. I think that should be about it for his coverage. Like, again, solid character to use, solid character thing. Now, finally, I think we get into Partitio. So what I'll do now is we'll go through Partitio, and then at this point, we'll go through the final story stuff just to go do an overview for that, and then I will end things, I think, because that way I can delete this game out and also see if I can update anything and best, I guess. So where is Partitio? Partitio is here. Let's break down. We have a lot that we have to do for Partitio's chapter. Like Partitio, I think Partitio is the only character that had 4 chapters. Just straight up 4 chapters. Everyone else had 5, or they had multiple part chapters. Partitio is the only one who had 4 chapters. But there's a lot to go through with Partitio because of bonus quests and stuff as well. So first chapter, we ended up. So it's like a tale of 3 parts. So the first section, it was when we were a child, and we were just building. We were just building up the the thing for the silver. Then 8 years later, the town is thriving from all of the silver that's going on, and then 8 years later, and then Rock leaves for some reason. We don't know why. And then 8 years later, everyone's all poor, and everyone's stealing all the silver and all that stuff and that as well. That was a really well-told story. And then we also ended up going and doing the rest of the stuff with saving the mansion, saving everything else. Jeff ended up becoming a character that ended up having to work for us by the end. And that was his chapter 1. Chapter 2, we went to Clockbank. So in Clockbank, we had to... in Clockbank, we finally found Rock. We had a talk with him. He was doing stuff with the steam engine, wanting to do all that stuff on the thing. We finished helping him with the steam engine. We had to fight his guard dog, Garnet, which was a pretty interesting thing as well. And also, I just really liked how they did everything with that as well. The whole 80 billion leaves thing was an interesting plot point. I was wondering how we were going to get there, which is where we get to chapter 3. In chapter 3, we end up convincing Elrond to lend us 80 billion leaves by basically impressing him by making a bunch of like a department store. We made a department store which thrived with everybody as well. It's a really interesting take about doing what to do. And also we ended up doing a few other things, and that was I liked what we did there. The boss fight was interesting. We fought Thurston there, and Thurston was trying to do a bunch of stuff with he wanted revenge basically because he got fired by Rock for not delivering, I guess. And then chapter 4. Okay, we can finally go into chapter 4. So pretty much chapter 4 was just we had to try and get to Rock, purchase the steam engine, and we purchased it, and then he ended up bringing a train in, and yeah, the train fight, apart from the train fight in general, apart from thing, was probably the hardest fight in the game. Based on just where we were at the time. Gondor is hard, but I used a guide for that. In terms of actually naturally trying to beat it, that was probably the hardest fight to do. We finally did beat it though, after we were a bit over-leveled. Did a whole bunch of other people's stories. And then, satisfying, like, again, Partitio essentially redeems every character, as we go. So now we can go into characters. There's a lot to cover for this one. So, Pap was a nice character. I liked all the villains and stuff that happened in the first game. Rock was a fascinating character of how they did that. Ori, the Scrivener, I did not expect that to happen in the post stuff. I did not expect that to be what it was. That was the sister of Kazan, who ended up being Orboro. I did not expect that to happen. And the self-sacrifice as well. I wasn't expecting that. I also forgot to mention Mint. Mint was also in thing as well, but we'll get to that later. And the Dark Hunter. Okay, what else? Chapter 2, so that's when we were introduced to Floyd and Thurston and the guard dog and all those characters there. Chapter 3 was I liked Elrond as a character and how they introduced. I was just hoping that we were going to be able to use them in the final fight. And then Chapter 4 was fairly simple. Everyone working back together again. The commercial district works. Everything with the steam engines going along nicely. And yeah, that was this thing. Partitio is a character though. In his gameplay, I liked that being able to his latent power would be able to boost constantly because then it would give you boost every turn. I liked how it would also be similar to the other thing as well. As a merchant, though, I feel like it's the same with Tresor. I didn't really use him as optimally as Tresor, because with Tresor, I was spamming out a lot of wind attacks. With him, I was just doing a lot of arrow attacks, but he was fine. Like, they were kind of like the same for me with gameplay-wise. Okay, so now that we've wrapped up all that, anything left to wrap up? Oh, I should also mention the Center of Commerce quest. So we had 3 of those to do, which are like his personal side quests. I loved being able to buy the ship so that we could traverse the seas, because that was something that I really enjoyed. Because the original game, I don't think had anything like that. There was no boat travel. The stuff with going around gathering the records was fine. That didn't take too long. What was the other one for? The Mercantile Manuscript. I kind of didn't really get why it was working like that, but again, it was fine. I think the side quests were all fine, but the ship one was really good. So the only thing left at this point is to just go through over what happens in the final chapters. So once you complete everybody's chapter 4, the final chapter begun. So pretty much we wrapped up all of the things, finished all the side quests, did all the stuff of the thing. So all of the travelers came to the end. It was an eternal night. We were trying to figure out what happened. All of the sacred flames were put out, and the way to put a sacred flame out is to sacrifice someone or yourself to the thing. So in the Tranquil Grotto, we found out that Kazan, later known as Orboro, sacrificed General Agahar to the thing to put the flame out, and that he has a younger sister named Ori who sacrificed herself at the Felsun Ruins. The Tomb of the Warden Beast, we found out that the Dark Hunter trained the wolf to be able to take on darkness and then kill them to do the third one. And then Flame Church. Tansy, one of the troop from Agni's chapter, ended up being the sacrifice because Mint tricked them, and we found out that Mint is Arcanet, who is a person that's lived on for things similar to Claude, defeated them, and then we restored all the stuff, and then that led back to V-Day. That led to Vidania. At the end, everyone's together. We confronted Oboro, who ended up sacrificing themselves to be able to thing, and then we fought V-Day, who I liked the whole. If we weren't overpowered, I think we were too high level. We were 20 levels above where we were probably supposed to be. So because we were that high up, that was just what it was. But what can you do? That's just the way things go. But I did like what they did with that. Also, the 8-person boss fight. I was expecting not that to happen, only because usually I was expecting Goldorak to take on stuff that everything else did, because it's a super boss. But I guess maybe because we're doing so much damage, it didn't. Because I was expecting petrification, I was expecting other stuff. So maybe I'm surprised they didn't do like everyone in the boss fight. Because they started it out with the first set of the boss fight was doing everything there. The second set was doing what had to happen with other stuff. I guess the only way I would say to make Vide harder was to make it so that he doesn't take damage while he's got the stuff. I don't know why they decided not to do that. They should have probably done that. And then we also have yeah, the first phase was easy. The second phase was even easier because we had a bunch of damage that we could do, even after he sucked everyone up. I wish he had sucked Temenos up and got rid of the character though, because that would have been. What else happened? After we defeated V-Day, light came back to the world. We went back to the area. Everyone met together again, and it was all time to say goodbye. And I noticed that they all said goodbye in the order that they were thing, and I thought, okay, that's the end, because the credits rolled. They did the same thing that they did in the previous game. However, instead of showing the final kills, I think they just showed the characters doing taunts. Because I liked what they did with that. And also, I enjoyed the epilogue. After the credits roll, we get an epilogue. Everyone in town that we've met across the way, from all of the characters, all in the town. We finally got to witness Agnia perform at a concert, like what she wanted. And then we get the finish tile, and that was it. I think this game improves on everything that the first game did, and is just better in every way. Not that the first game is bad, just that the second game is better. A perfect definition of a sequel, I would say. It just does everything that the original does, and makes it better, and you enjoy it a lot more. And 180 something hours, I think it was, that I was at by the end of the game. So yeah, really, really enjoyable. We have the Platinum Trophy for this now. I can delete this off and go and put other stuff on, and things. So I think that's all I have to really say. I've gone through all my thoughts. Can't think of anything else off the top of my head right now, so I think I'll just end things here then. So with all that being said, please just like, comment, and subscribe. If you like, comment, subscription, review this video, get some custom monetization. Customize my content for you all, as content become more accessible and easy to find. I upload on my past Plat reacts, as well as Let's Plays and Let's Plats to the YouTube channel, including Far Cry 6, Sifu, The Quarry, was a true remake, Octopath Traveler, Lego Star Wars Survival Saga, Afterscore Vertigo, Quest Score Fine for Seven Reunion, Cuphead, Stray, Marvel's Avengers, Doctor's Unfortunate Devil on Me, Resident Evil 3 Remake, Star Wars, Resident Evil, Days Gone. I keep getting confused. It's Days Gone, Resident Evil 3 Remake, Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, Like a Dragon Ishin, Resident Evil 4 Remake, Resident Evil 5, Triangle Strategy, Pokemon Scarlet, Resident Evil 6, and Resident Evil 7 Biohazard, as well as this game. Working on a Plat Pass for games with the Platinum Trophy for, which will include this. I'm still not sure what I'm going to do. I might just make a separate review for Octopath Traveler Normal, and then a new review for Octopath Traveler 2, the Plat Pass thing, where I might do a comparison, maybe? I'm not really sure. These things take a lot of time for me to make, but again, what can you do? I'm working on updating the games with Switch, as well as more Triangle Strategy speedruns for the future as well. As well as a Octopath Traveler Galdera speedrun, which I am working on the notes for. I've finished the notes for one of them. I want to go through the run again, just to make sure that I have everything I need for that. And then I'm going to do 8 route notes, do the same thing, and then I'm going to do a test route, and then I'm going to go do the actual run itself. And I'll probably do that multiple times since what I did with Triangle Strategy, until I reach a point where I'm actually happy with... Well, until I reach a point where I feel like I can't progress too much further, and then we'll go and continue on with something else. Although what I'll probably do is I'll alternate. I will do maybe it depends on certain days. Like if I might just certain days I may just decide to do a speedrun of it. Because with last time, the reason I did the Triangle Strategy speedrun so much was because of my PS4 was my PS4 was not, my PS4 was getting repaired. I also upload every information because I have a 7-day limitation on my videos before the payment is deleted, and I also want there to be an extra place for people to find my videos, or if they have a preference to watch YouTube over Twitch. So I get a notification when I go live if you're watching on YouTube. Follow me on Twitch at 50 followers. I'll be doing at 70 followers. I'll be doing a Pokemon Violet Nuzlocke, and we also reach affiliate, which means I get monetization as well. Get to make a bunch of subscriber emotes and incentives to help support me and the channel going forward to the future. Also get an extra 7 days of upload before my videos are permanently deleted off as well. And you'll also get a notification when I go live if you're watching on Twitch. Follow me on Twitter to be notified when I go live, and if you add me on Discord, I will send you an invite to my friend's Discord server. Close to 2,000 members, still going strong. Plenty of Gamers says that as well. I'm very active there, and you'll also get a notification when I go live if you're on there as well. And finally, if you wish to add me on, if you wish to find out who created my stream overlay that I use for all of my future content going forward, you can find a link down below in the description box for that as well. So, with all that being said, have a good rest of the day, night, wherever you all are, and I will see you later.